Chant-Sehl, and I'm a co-chair for this anti-racism symposium. I want to start the day with a land acknowledgement. McMaster University recognizes and acknowledges that it is located on the traditional territories of the Mississauga and Haudenosaunee nations, and with the lands protected by the Dishwood Bloodsteel Waterloo Agreement. Thanks everybody for joining us today. We're a couple of minutes later, but I know there was great conversation, and as always, I don't want to interrupt that, so I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Keenan.
Awesome. See a lot of familiar faces here. We haven't met yet. My name is Keenan Jeppesen. I'm Associate Director of High Performance at McMaster of the Athletics and Rec Department. Thank you all for being here. I'm so happy to co-chair this great inaugural event. I know we've had some postponements and delays, so appreciate all of you who have thought to be here with us today. It is my pleasure to introduce our Executive Director of Athletics, Shawn Burt.
Good morning, everyone. I'll just echo a couple of things. First and foremost, thanks for being here, obviously. I'd like to thank Trish, Keenan, and the entire Symposium Planning Committee to get us here to today, to make today a reality. This is a very important event, obviously, for many different reasons, but it wouldn't happen without the great and hard work of the entire Symposium group. So thank you so much for being sort of the drive behind getting today off the ground and going. As Keenan said, we tried to do this in May, 6 weeks of COVID, and the impact of that, but we're here today, and that's the most important part. So I'd also like to take a moment to welcome everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you to McMaster and to our first ever symposium around anti-racism in athletics and recreation. And what's really exciting is I see a lot of familiar faces, as Keenan said, but I also see a lot of current and future leaders in sport and recreation here, and that bodes really, really well for the future, so thank you. I'm going to start by talking about a few different things, but as everybody in this room knows, sport is a very compelling and interesting platform, and it identifies winners, no question about it. And as I say to people, sometimes it does that obviously, and sometimes it does it ruthlessly, and that's just sort of the nature of sport. But in my opinion, one of the greatest winners of all time is Bill Russell. Now, I'm sure just about everyone here knows who Bill Russell is, but in case you don't, he may be the greatest athlete of all time, but he's certainly the most decorated and probably the most successful. So I'll give a little bit of context here just to put a fine point on that. So Bill Russell led his University of San Francisco college basketball team to 2 NCAA championships in his final 2 seasons at the school. He then went on to win an Olympic gold medal in 1956, and then he went on to a massively successful career with the Boston Celtics, winning 11 NBA championships in 13 years. So that means that in a 15-year span, Bill Russell won 14 times. So I'll let that sink in here with a group of high-performing coaches, student athletes, and everything else. 14 winning seasons in 15 years is truly, truly remarkable. But to Bill Russell and to many other people, those accomplishments pale in comparison to the work that he did and the impact he had on civil rights. As a black athlete, he was unrelenting and fearless in standing up against injustice and oppression, oftentimes at the risk of his own well-being and frankly his own professional career. And there's a really interesting story that's part of his autobiography, which is called The Love for Glory, that I want to share with you. So the Celtics were in Marion, Indiana, playing an exhibition game, and upon arriving, the mayor of Marion met the Celtics and offered them all the keys to the city. And so after the game, when Bill Russell and a number of his teammates went to a local restaurant, the black athletes refused service. So Bill Russell and 2 of his teammates walked to the mayor's house, knocked on the door, and when the mayor answered the door, threw the keys on the floor and said, "These keys don't open anything," and walked away. And I asked you to just remember that point, because I'll come back to it shortly here as we work through the introduction. So in 2020, in the wake of the George Floyd murder and the numerous atrocities and injustices faced by the BIPOC community, I read a statement from Sarah Hirschman, who's the president and CEO of the U.S. Olympic Committee, and this stuck with me and had a very profound effect on me. She said, "We have to be willing to put ourselves in a position to have some difficult and uncomfortable conversations for us as individuals, to recognize our own vulnerabilities, and to invite the conversation. We have to have conversations on understanding the realities of the experience of athletes and what they have gone through in their lives, whether that's Black athletes, Asian athletes, or our LGBTQ+ community who are struggling to find a space in sport. It is real. Until you allow it to become real for you as an individual, it is very hard to get over the hurdle of change. So today, we're here to take part in that conversation with a specific mission in mind. For McMaster, this symposium is a direct outcome of the Black Student Athlete Experience Review of 2020. The review has been the vehicle for some tremendous and incredible work by so many people within and beyond the McMaster community. Many, if not all of them, are here today, and we can't possibly thank them enough for their passion, compassion, and dedication to all the work related to the review response and ensuring that we are enacting real and sustained change here at McMaster. I'd like to specifically thank and recognize Dr. Clare Warner, who came to us in February of 2019 to guide and advise us through the review response. What I admire most about Dr. Warner is her commitment to focus us on action rather than words, with a clear and compassionate commitment to driving positive, long-lasting, and sustained change and impact. I'd also like to thank our friends and supporters of the Equity and Inclusion Office here at McMaster who were instrumental in supporting us through the review and the review response. It truly takes a village. So today is an opportunity to expand the discussion, and share what we have learned. Clearly, this is part of a crucial process that is ongoing and one that we will build upon towards systemic change in sport and recreation and higher education settings. Our program today will address topics including education, recruitment practices, student supports, and moving to action through the lens of equity, diversity, and inclusion. But we will also focus on specific and measurable strategies for advancing anti-racism efforts. This may be a symposium which by definition is about ideas and words, but our goal is to move everyone here today to action and outcomes, which is where I return to Bill Russell. When it comes to our institutions and anti-racism work, we've only just begun to develop the keys to the university, to society, and to sport and recreation in this country. It is our duty as leaders in sport to ensure that those keys actually open doors. Today is part of that progress, and it's why I'm so excited to see each and every one of you here today. Together we can change the game by enacting real change. I have every confidence that we will do exactly that, but it starts by showing up and immersing ourselves in the work that must be done. Thanks to each and every one of you for committing to the change that we all want to see in athletics and recreation. Thank you. So I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker, Waneek, who I actually got a sneak preview into some of her topics at the Youth Sports Conference a couple weeks back in Halifax. But I'll just start off by saying, similar to the arduous process of making wampum beads, the journey of Waneek doesn't begin and end with being an Olympic water polo athlete. A Mohawk from the Onondaga Mohawk territory near Montreal, Waneek has overcome discrimination and violence to emerge as one of North America's most inspiring female Indigenous speakers with a compelling perspective and dynamic stories. As one of Canada's few Indigenous Olympians, Waneek is an advocate for building Indigenous sport and has worked with the Assembly of First Nations to develop their sport, fitness, and health strategy. Drawing on her experiences as the former co-captain of the Canadian Olympic women's water polo team, Waneek shares her story and teaches how to build self-esteem through a balance of education and sport. Waneek, a Carleton University graduate, has been recognized by the Canadian Association for Advancing Women in Sport, which named her one of Canada's most influential women in sport. And Waneek's next adventure will see her coach on CBC's Canada's Ultimate Challenge, which is a reality format competition that turns the entire country into an obstacle race, which sounds like a ton of fun. So please join me in welcoming Waneek. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. How are you guys doing? Good. It's so nice to see your faces. Your whole faces. I love it. Or not seeing them in a little box. It's funny, I ran into
So I'm in Toronto right now, getting ready for this big production, right? And every time I've met everybody's been on. So when you actually see like the producer, I was like, oh my God, he's like 6'4", and he's only like 5'2". About that. But I'm really honored to be here. It's such a pleasure. Thank you, Trish, for reaching out to me and just making this happen. I mean, I am, you know, I'm really, like, I do a lot of speaking and reconciliation and stuff like that, and I love getting a chance to speak about drilling down a little bit more into the intricacies of what that looks like and what this race, this sport, all these kinds of things look like in my experience. But first I want to acknowledge that I am on the unceded territory of my people. I'm going to show you people. Actually, my dad is from Six Nations, so, you know, it is like coming home. And this is always regretted. Very, very thankful to be here. And I usually say, I'm just a visitor and I'm leaving pretty soon. But I'm like, I'm not a visitor, I'm actually home. So it's wonderful. I am 26, mother of 3. I'm not an expert. I'm not a chief. I'm not a leader. I don't represent anybody but myself. But I have some elements of my story that you might find you've heard before, or you might have heard other Indigenous people talk about it. But I want to make sure you know that I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody. I'm just speaking on behalf of me. And in my 46 years, I might have a few things that I've gone through that may be like, oh, you know, it's interesting because when you're going through things, it's quite painful. But I've learned that resiliency is like a muscle, any other muscle that you work. The more you work it, the quicker you bounce back, and the quicker you bounce back. And I've gone through a lot of those things. If you could encapsulate my journey up to this point, is I'm that person who's kind of stumbled upon. I didn't sprint like Donovan Bailey to the finish line. He's actually one of the coaches. I kind of stumbled, fell, got up, stumbled, fell, got up quicker, and that's been the story of my life. And through all of those stumbles and all of those falls, I learned something new, and I become more resilient. So this is I'm just going to get to work. Can you guys hear me okay? Is that how this place is set up? All right, so I'm going to get into today. So, I played water polo in the ancient times before social media. You know, back when, I'll never forget my, so national team athletes at the time used to get like, athletes can give you a free phone. And there were these giant phones that were like, they look like the kid phones now, that you give a little kid to learn how to use a cell phone. And there's big things and big flags on it. No video, no nothing. Do you remember the days when you actually, when you text, they have to be like, hey. It take forever. You're like, I don't want to text anybody. So yeah, there's very little footage of me actually playing water polo. But this is me playing at the Canada Games in Winnipeg. And when we won gold, we beat the Americans. Always loved beating the Americans. And I scored a hat-trick, which I always loved scoring against. It was like my thing. You know in certain teams you have your ticket. You know what I mean? Like that. You got someone's ticket or a player. You always have their ticket. You always catch it. You always like stamp that ticket. I love stamping the Americans ticket. But they're a phenomenal team and have won almost all gold medals in the last 3 Olympics. So I will leave it at that. We have it. But I have so much respect for them. So I want to share a bit of my story and, talking about what you're going to be discussing in the next few hours, talking about racism, talking about sport. Sport is one of those incredible platforms, experiences that can be so healing and can be so damaging. It's a collection of physical, mental, emotional, spiritual experiences that can make great things happen or completely demolish you. And, as we're seeing with the safe sport movement that's coming out and how so many athletes are coming forward and talking about, hey, I don't think this culture of sport anymore. I started playing water polo at a time when, the term, that's just the way it is, was what I was told. So going into the national team, I was like 18 years old, heading on to a national team, speaking to the former captain who was the captain for like 10 years, and hearing rumors about some abuse and the way the coach was, and she would just say, that's the way it is. Get used to it. You have to learn to adapt or you won't survive. And I thought that was such like a captain would say that to a rookie player. I felt that was like I don't know, I walked away so confused. So when I became captain, I said, I'm not going to leave it for the next generation to walk in there and be like, that's just the way it is. You got to learn to be abused. You have to learn to follow hierarchy. You have to learn all these things that you really are not the master of your destiny in any way, shape, or form. I just thought that was not something that sport should be. And sport should never be a place where an athlete, coach, supporter should ever leave feeling damaged or abused. I don't care if you've lost every game and every thing you've done, you should never ever feel that way. And if you can put that in your mind, that sport should be a place where we can grow, we can achieve, where we can find brotherhoods and sisterhoods and mentorships and all these things that help us grow as human beings, and that we walk away no matter if we never played 1 second in a game or we played the whole game, that we all feel valued. I think that's a valid goal, and I think it's something that I've always strived, even as the captain of the Olympic team. And now as a mother of 3 kids, 2 that play water polo and swim, and I'm helping coach them. I still stick that in my mind, and I still play water polo. I used to come here a lot to play water polo in your old pool. When it was full of bromine and burned my eyes out. Literally, it was massive in my eyes. So, I am Mohawk, and I was brought up in my traditional ways by my mother. And so my father went to residential school, my mother went to New Day school. My mom very luckily retained the language, so she's a fluent Mohawk speaker. And if you know anything, I've ever speak to Indigenous people and they talk about our language. There's a big movement to reclaim our languages. And why is that important? Because our worldview is in our language. So if you ever speak to a Mohawk speaker and you ask them to translate to English, they'll always say to you, English is not a complex enough language to really translate what I'm saying, because ours is a descriptive language. So it's almost like a person at some point in time looked at something, what was happening, or a thing, described it, and then made the word up. So it's almost like a word is a snapshot into someone's perspective in a certain time. So it really is a key to how we think, how we feel, how we see the world, how we connect with each other, and how we want the world to kind of roll out for us. And a word that I was raised with that was really, really important to me was this word, WhatsApp. So WhatsApp, loosely translated into English, is the most ultimate power energy in the world, and it's the power of love. So, and that's such like love in itself is a word that's overused, right? I love your shoes, I love your hair, It's really overused. What you're saying when you say Ezo Garumpa in Mohawk, you're saying, I have this really powerful energy, positive energy. I want to combine it with your energy, and I want to go and seek peace together. It's literally what you're saying when you say Ezo Garumpa, which is like our version of I love you. Can you imagine if someone said that to you? That's like more than marriage, right? You're like, what? So this word was always this idea of WhatsApp and making decisions based on that well of energy in this world is love, right? And my mom would say it starts with yourself. You need to make this body, this spirit, this mind is all you need own in this world. You can buy a car, you can buy a house, but something else is there. With your body, your mind, you can keep this in contact. So you need to take care of it, feed it well, rest it well, get it clean water, And most of all, she's like, if you treat it well, you are showing how other people how you want to be treated. It's really important. She says, you need to role model treatment of yourself on how you want others to treat you. And when I was a kid, I thought, my mom was just trying to get me to eat my veggies and go to bed on time and all that kind of stuff. But as I got older, I understood what she was talking about, And when I was a teenager, I was a punk, not just like bad behavior. I was literally punk. Remember, late 80s, early 90s. Got any former punks in here? Reform punks? All right. I was like Doc Martin, fishnet stockings, I was just like, and I was like the one punk that didn't do drugs. I was like the jock punk, but I was tight, right? So you too. And I remember, I was always falling in love with whatever guy walked in the room and had the darkest cloud over his head, that was the guy I was falling in love because I was like, I'm going to fix you, I'm going to love you, I'm going to heal you, and that was my goal. Like how many young women are like that, right? Like, you want to mess up like that, you know? And I soon learned that you can't really fix it when you love yourself, right? And pretty soon that relationship would evolve into all kinds of problems, and I'd be crying, and lying on my mom's lap, and telling how heartbroken I was, and she would be rubbing my back, and then she would say to me, Waneek, are you showing love for yourself by letting me treat you that way? And I was like a really kind of wake-up statement of, hey, I have actually control over how I myself treat me. And secondly, love shouldn't hurt. She'd say that to me. Love never should not hurt. That feeling, that good feeling she's proud of, that love wants. If someone says that to you, it should be a feeling. You climb the mountains, run as fast as Darrell and Bailey, you should make you feel that way. Never make you feel hurt and pain. So this would be a word that would help me, that would be really a guidance, this concept, this whole view, and where I would try to make decisions in my life. And why am I telling you this? Is that, you know, when you talk about someone, you know, when someone walks in the room and maybe like they, for Native people, we come in all shapes, you know, but we also bring with us our culture, our experiences, you know, our lived experiences, our community experiences that we bring with us and we inherit. And these are all important because race, when you're dealing with race, are not just the color of your skin, it's the whole thing that you experience. And that person, and it is different for every single person. That's why I say I don't represent anybody. I can only represent my experience because my lived experience as a Mohawk woman is not exactly the same as my sister. I have 3 sisters. It's not exactly the same. So that's really important to know. It's like what is making up that person, how they're understanding themselves as that racialized person. So, you know, who am I? Another part of my experience is you know, how I was raised and where I come from. So I talked about my mother. You know, my mom was born in 1940. She was born into an era where if you were in the military, you lost your status. If you got a university professional degree, you lost your status. Engineer, lawyer, doctor, you became non-native. If you married a native woman married a non-native man, you became non-status. If a non-native woman married a native man, they got a letter from the government saying you are now officially a native person. So our identity is completely legal. And also, we are still to this day, our identity is defined by blood contact. So us and purebred dogs in this country are defined by blood contact. And blood quantuming is the federal institution through the Canadian Indian Act. So the Indian Act is an act that is funded by taxpayers' dollars that rules every part of my life as a Native person. Also, we are the most, as a Native woman, we're the most talented women because we give birth to a child of another race. So for instance, I'm technically a 6'2". My husband is non-native, he's also an Olympic athlete. Our children are by law 6'1". They can hand their status down to one more generation and be considered native under the Indian Act. But if they marry a non-native person, they will give birth to a child of another race. That's still living and breathing in this country. So you talk about race and you talk about what that means in the mind of an Indigenous person. What do you think that leaves that person with? That's supposed to make us feel like we are dying out. That's supposed to make us feel like we're disappearing. And that is an incredible stress when you're deciding who to marry, where to live, all these things. And we bring that with us. And it's still very much alive and well today. So my mother became a Native rights activist in the 60s. And she traveled all over the world speaking on Indigenous rights. She's also a model. She was really an out-of-the-box kind of woman. She looked very contemporary, and they even made a Barbie out of her, a Barbie doll. She get invited to all these events, and then she opened her mouth, speaking to a Mohawk, and she knew our culture, she knew about Section 35 of the Constitution, she knew about all these things, treaties, and she just blew people's minds and like pretty much irritated every man on the planet. Because they were like, no, 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 you're supposed to go home, find a really rich man, and have babies. It's beautiful. She's like, no way, I don't like to be told what to do. And she's 82 and still does not like to be told what to do. She's pretty awesome. But she was in her 30s when she started having kids. And one of the things that she knew that she made two really important decisions in her life. One of the things that she knew, she could not control the world outside of our home. And as an Indigenous woman, single mother, she had automatic birth alert put on her. Does anybody know what a birth alert is? A birth alert is when you are a person, either you've had an interaction with the social services or you are a racialized person. And back then, it was just being a single mother as a Native woman. A birth alert means a social worker or somebody shows up and tries to take the child right after you give birth. My mother, that happened to her with my oldest sister, and about 3 hours after she gave birth, this woman tried to come in and take her baby, and she got out of bed and beat that woman up and threw her out of her room. But that's the reality of what she went through. So my mother, she knew that that was the world that her daughters were growing up into, and she made two important decisions. One, she moved us from Toluope to Ottawa. She got a pretty good job. She had a pretty good job. She moved us right across from the YMCA. And she rented a 2-bedroom apartment out, rented those 2 bedrooms out, and then bought us a full membership to the Y. And she chose sports for me and my sisters. She valued sports. She knew how important sports is a great place where we can learn very important skills that for whatever we wanted to do in life would make us successful. And she chose running and swimming because she even team sports. She was afraid that our indigeneity, our nativeness would get in the way because we're also on the front end of being renamed Indigenous names. So like we're like in our 40s and my older sister's 51. There was nobody our age named Native names. Now you find a lot, you go to Six Nations, everybody's got 16-letter names, right? Anybody ever been to Six Nations? Meet a lot of those kids that have really long names? Yeah, they're awesome. And they're the only person on the planet with those names, by the way. Their whole life. They're very special. Try to learn them. You don't have to learn the whole language, just learn that name. It's a huge compliment. So my mother, she ended up having, the second decision she made was no drugs and alcohol were allowed in our home. And I always wondered that, and not even cigarettes. So this is the 70s, right? Like 70s, everybody chain smoked, even your doctor. It's like normal to see everybody smoking. But my mom was very adamant that, because, and I asked her later on, like, why it was so important, even not even a glass of wine. She's like, no. She said, I knew that I wanted you, when you put your head down at night on that pillow, that there was not even in your subconscious a worry that something could happen to you. I wanted you to create this bubble when you felt 100% safe. Because if you're 100% safe and not worrying about anything happening to you, then you can dream this big place. I can give you that world, and I want you and your sisters to dream as big as possible. She wanted us to learn some really important things. In her mind, she was creating the next generation of high-achieving, disease-free, high-achieving warriors. She had us 4 girls, and she wanted us to learn some really important things. Now, perseverance. As you guys know, sports teaches perseverance. But as you know, as Olympic athletes, I trained 16 years. And I was a competitive swimmer in the 80s when training 11 times a week when you're 11, 12 years old was very common. So can you imagine training 16 years and not knowing you're going into the last year and doing things like waking up and in the middle of a snowstorm and jumping in a freezing cold pool seems counterintuitive. It seems like not a good thing to do. So perseverance was something she wanted us to learn. And for her, perseverance was such a fundamental skill because you're not only going to have to persevere the physical nature of the goal, but all the other stuff. And she would tell us, I don't care. She would also want us to achieve and accomplish. She's like, you remember that you don't come from people that do things half-assed. You don't come from people that have the luxury of doing things half-assed. Because a war, famine, disease, residential school, 60s school. If you were not the smartest, the toughest, the strongest, the most creative of your people, you died off. If you didn't feel like setting your trap perfectly the first time, or going to collect wood in the middle of a snowstorm, your family died, you starved. You remember that you are a descendant from the best of your people, the strongest of your people. So you come from a people that did things with excellence. She tells us over and over and over again. That was, hearing it in my everyday life, whether it was at school or even in sports, I would constantly hear the polar opposite of what my people said we were capable of. That we were quitters, very talented, but we quit. There's even a terminology in sport called going Indian. You ever heard that? Going Indian or going off the reservation, the terminology? They just go, pick up one day and quit. You don't know why. It's going Indian or going, it's used to for other athletes as well. My mom would say, you come from people that did things with excellence. And she would say to us, respect. I want you to learn respect. And sport is a place where you learn that respect. She said, in our culture, if you know anything about Mohawk culture, being a Mohawk woman, there's pretty much nothing better than that, according to my mother. We are like, we own the food, children, we can put chiefs into power, we can take the chiefs out of power, we can declare war, we can call our warriors back, like we are all powerful, according to my mom. But she would say to us, if you ever make fun of other people, call it pride, because that's not pride, that's racism. And she would say, if you're going to go out to the world and achieve your greatest potential, you are going to have to find that human connection with other people. And if you only see them for the color of their skin or their race, you won't be able to go where you want to go. So she would always tell me, try to find the human connection. Because that person, that coach, that teammate, that teacher is going to be someone who can help you one day. She would tell us, you're going to have to teach people about your culture. Don't assume they know anything. So don't be afraid to talk about where you're from or what you're going through and all this kind of stuff, because you need to teach them who you are. She'd also say, you're gonna, whatever goals you set out in front of you, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. You're going to have to be 150% better than your nominated team. That doesn't mean it's impossible. You just have to be better. Do more. Don't do less. Don't show up late. There's something called Indian time. Have you ever heard of that? Or Caribbean time, another version of it? It's just being late. And I showed up for my first junior national team training camp at Ottawa U. 15 minutes late, which is completely on time in my world, right? And we swam for 3 hours and didn't touch a wall. You ever done lap swimming without touching a wall? It's horrific. And the whole time my teammates are like popping their head up and like shooting daggers at me. You're showing up on time. I don't care. I have to drag you out of bed. You're showing up. I'm like, I'm going to be on time. Yeah, so these were some things that my mother wanted us to know. Parents. It was really important for her. She never said it was going to be easy, but she prepared us for that. It was going to be hard. And she always said to us, I will be there for you. I will be right beside you. So when my mother when we were swimming and running, she was also the president of the swim club, or the head official at swimming. And she made sure that people knew she was right there, so that I wasn't alone. And generally, in something like swimming, there was like no people of color back in the 80s. There's a lot more now, but it was not I ever saw anybody, especially a Native person. So another thing that I brought in with me that makes up who I am is that experience of trauma. So I bring that collectively with me from my people. And think about my culture. We are raised to know our ancestors. That idea of 7 generations, right? You've heard of that terminology, that you make a decision now for 7 generations in the future. We're also taught to know who our ancestors are, to carry on their stories. And that's why, over a year ago when they found the first 215 graves, now we're doing the same thing at Mushlow, which is the Six Nations. Those children went missing, but they were never ever forgotten. Their stories, who they were kept alive by their siblings, their parents, their their aunties, uncles, and grandparents. We never forgot those young ones that we missing. And that's why it's so hard to be told over and over again, you don't have proof, it doesn't exist. And so it was, that's that collective trauma. But my own personal trauma happened when I was 14 years old, during the Oka crisis. And it exploded in my community. And most of you in this room, or some of you will remember it, because you're my age, or a little bit more refined, a little bit older. But a lot of you weren't even alive, the young ones. But I was 14 years old when a confrontation broke out. We were trying to stop the expansion of a 9-hole golf course to an 18-hole golf course in our sister community of Dennis-Davies. On July 11, 1990, the mayor of Oka sent in the paramilitary wing of the Quebec Provincial Police, attacked. I know they were a peaceful group of elders and kids that had been kind of blocking the little dirt road, not allowing the expansion. They sent in this paramilitary wing of the police force, started firing bullets, tear gas, everything. A big gust of wind came up off the Ottawa River, pushed it back into the faces of the police. They retreated and left all their cars and payloaders, and we dragged out the provincial highway and blockaded it. In my community, Toluope, we blockaded the MLSE bridge that attached the South Shore of Montreal, and that started a 78-day standoff that included almost 8,000 Canadian armed forces that came into our communities. I know this is going to come up in the fireside chat, but I want to really reinforce that this crisis, or this standoff never happened 1 inch off of our territory. We never threatened our neighbors. We never ever went to anybody else's community. It was all happening, and the armed forces came to our land. And this is going to come up later in our conversation. Now, when I was on the 78th day, we were leaving, we had been circled by the army, we decided to leave. I got stabbed in the chest by a Canadian soldier. About a centimeter had gone either way, would have gone into my heart, right on my sternum. And I didn't get to see a doctor for 22 hours after this. When I was probably released from the military prison, I got to see a doctor, and he said, "You're very lucky to be alive." And I suffered from PTSD, very, very, very bad PTSD. For 6 days, I didn't leave my room. And on the 6th day, my mother came in and she sat down with me. She said, "Hey, what are you going to do?" And I said, "I don't know. I don't know either." I was terrified of the police. I was terrified of the army. I was terrified of the race riots that happened nightly that I saw. I suddenly became terrified of everybody. And she said, "Well, if you give up now, you are going to be handing your dream before the Olympics over to that soldier who stabbed you, and for the rest of your life, you're going to be disfigured. But everybody will understand." And at that time, 13, 14, I had been the provincial champion in swimming. I had city records in running, and I was being scouted in Waterloo. I was starting to make waves that I could potentially do this Olympic thing. And she said, "But everybody will understand. Just let me know what you want to do." So she got up, and she was leaving the room, and she had a hand on the doorknob, and then she turned around, and she looked at me, she said, "But you remember, I did not raise you to be anybody's victim." And she left. And it's probably not the best way to handle someone with acute PTSD. But it really stuck with me. I was 14, and I'd spend the rest of my life being someone's victim, and it wasn't something I wanted to do. So I left my room, I went back to practice. If I had not learned very valuable lessons of that common humanity, I would never been able to see beyond the color of my teammates' skin color. They were all white. They loved me. They were happy to have me back. And exactly 10 years to the day after this photo was taken, I was at the Olympics. And if you'd asked me, where are you going to be in 10 years, I would have probably said, "I hope not dead, I hope not in prison." On that 10-year journey, I went into a sports system. There were no people of color. It was a house that I did not recognize. There was none of my people's culture anywhere in that world. Very hierarchical. I faced a lot of indifference. made the junior national team when I was 18, so 4 years after this photo was taken, I was on the junior national team. Made the senior team when I was 19. And many times in that time, I wanted to quit. So lonely. And I didn't understand that world very well. It was more like, you don't want to know who you are, just play water polo. Shut up and play water polo. That's the kind of feeling I got. So I would go home and I would be like, I just want to quit. And I was ready to quit. And I remember looking at my little sister, 10 years younger than me, and I remember a promise I made her, like days after this. I was holding her, I was crying, and I said to her, I said, you know what, you're going to be successful. I promise you, you're going to be successful. I will do anything I can to help you. And I realized that if I quit, I was showing her how to quit. If she was going to be successful, I had to show her how. So I would look at her and I'd say, one more day. One more day for you. A lot of times when you have been through trauma, you inherit trauma, you face a world where who you are isn't valued, you're taught that you're not valuable. And it's your dreams. You do not have that privilege to just represent yourself. You represent a whole whack of people. And it can get overwhelming sometimes. But there's always someone out there in that world that you will live for. And I was inspired to do that for my little sister. And so that promise I made her sometimes would last months and months. But it got me to the Olympics. And sport has been something that has both helped, hurt, healed. It's been a place where I got to achieve my greatest potential as an athlete, playing the best game of my career at the Olympics, scored a hat trick against the Americans, which I love doing. And you know, it was a place where that sense of indifference, like people ask me that question, do you ever feel racism in sport? I didn't really have anybody literally have the balls to say to me, I don't like you today. Because you can do something about it. Right? Punching in the face. My sport, I'm not Texas for a living. That's what I did. I broke faces, I broke noses, my sport is extremely violent. If you've ever seen water polo, and I was bringing a whole bunch of trauma with me, and they were like, how about a week, go over to the and I was like, all right, I'll do that. I got therapy since, and I knew that's not true. But the indifference in the way in which racism can be played out of, we don't care. We don't want to. It's much more insidious and messes with your mind. You feel like feeling something's different. Feel like this isn't right. Can't verbalize it. Feel it in my bones. I feel it uncomfortable. Like something's off. I don't feel right. That's what indifference can do. And that sense of, you know, you hear, I don't see race. I know some people have every good intention when they say that word, that statement, but it is really disrespectful. You say, don't you see? And I don't see what makes you. Yes, I want to be seen as me, like an individual, and obviously, but don't say you don't see my race. That's not fair. That's not right. And, you know, you make me uncomfortable. I heard that a lot in my career. Especially when I challenged my coaches post-Olympics to abuse, brought in an investigation from the Center for Ethics in Sport at York University, and we were found to be abusive, and if Water Polo Canada didn't fire them, then Water Polo Canada would be criminally liable. Suddenly I was uncomfortable. I made people uncomfortable. And it's because, in a lot of ways, like I said, racism isn't necessarily the color of your skin, but it's in the way you act. And I was acting in a very culturally relevant way. My culture, when you're put in a position of chief, a captain of a team, your job is to protect your people. And my people, my teammates were being abused by coaches. So I got I helped me and other athletes got an investigation of Bobb, right, which ended my career when I was 26 years old. And you know, I really want to encourage you to talk about that. And to hopefully, kind of, you know, creating these places, these strong, diverse environments. Sport is a place where diversity is super important. If I had had 13 players on my team at the Olympics that prayed the same, loved the same, thought the same, we would have been like a domino. One player would have a bad game, we would be like a domino effect. The whole team would fall. You have to have diversity. You have to embrace it. The most important thing about understanding diversity is to have a very strong goal and a very strong game plan. How to embrace the strengths of all your players, so that it doesn't cause that conflict. And it's really important that trusting environment, inclusive process of communication, and really make sure to understand the subtleties of race. And one of the great things about sport is that I was on the national team, and I got a chance to have really in-depth, we're on a 16-hour flight to Japan, you're like sitting next to someone, like you have these conversations, and I got to really understand French culture. My reserve is right in the middle of Quebec, and all I had ever experienced was conflict with French communities around me. Never got a chance to really talk. And I got to really understand sport is one of those great places that creates good platforms and places where you can have hard conversations. Create that bond of training and sweating and struggling, and you can talk about important things. And you know, lead by example. You're in positions like when I became captain, I wasn't going to hand the sport over to the next generation that would say that's the way it is. Even at the end of my career, I could not, like I could have gone to career more than once, absolutely. But who would I have to sacrifice to get there? And for where I'm from, it's not worth it. How I was raised, it's not worth it. It was not worth someone else's happiness and well-being. And after I saw how many people had been very, very scarred from that abuse, I couldn't have gone and can't go. So, you know, I love sport and all the things discussed. I think it's here at home. Is that right? Yeah, sorry. Where we won my last championship. But I want to introduce my family. I talk a lot about my mother. So, we talk about the decision for sport to be in our life. And, you know, my oldest sister is the first Mohawk doctor in my community. She's a mother of 6 children. She's also an epidemiologist. My other sister is Dr. Miller, professor of Indigenous Studies and assistant deputy provost at Darrell University. Mother of 4 and grandmother of 1. Then my little sister, who was holding in my arms, is now not little. She's like 5'11". Self-supporting actor. You might know her from shows called Letterkenny. Have you ever watched Letterkenny? She was Candace in Letterkenny. That's my sister. And she's also now on a show called Rutherford Falls, and she's on a show called Red's Dogs. Like, she's doing amazing, and she's a mother of a little boy. So, I mean, this has been my journey and things I've learned, and I still, to this, sport is that place that we can do so much good for our community. Because we all love it, that common ground, that common humanity. Talk about, you know, there's been so many aspects of history where great changes come to society through the avenue of sport. And whether it's being like the first Black NBA player or, you know, all these things. And Tiger Woods, I remember someone saying, reading an article saying, you know, it's a crazy time right now because the leading golfer is Black, the leading hurdler is Chinese, and the best tennis players are Black. What's going on with this world? I'm like, it's changing, right? It's changing, and it's beautiful, and I love it. And I really appreciate this opportunity, and I hope we have time for a conversation. Okay, great. So we're going to have a fireside chat now, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Waneek. That was fantastic. I had the pleasure of listening to you speak in Halifax at the AGM last week. And, you know, every time I hear you speak, I take away a little bit more. I also had the chance to speak with you, and always a great conversation. I could speak to you all day, but today I know you're busy, as Shawn mentioned in his introduction. You have so many things that you're doing, and including filming that amazing show. So I'm just going to ask you today. So the first question I want to ask you about is, you shared with us in your story that you had been through so much before you competed kind of as a high-level athlete at the post-secondary level. How do we as administrators, as coaches, even peers, as athletes, start those conversations with all of our athletes, but specifically our racialized athletes? How do we start those conversations around experience and race?
No, I mean, I had, when I made the problem in this Waterloo team, I was really lucky because my coach had already, he'd been my club coach. And so he knew me really well. So he knew me really well, and sometimes, I think the reality was at that time when I was 18 years old, I wasn't even sure how to talk about it. How much maturity did I have? I have a lot more now. I think it's starting. Don't dive for deep right away. I think you have to kind of see where people are at. Having time, off time, or time where you have team bonding. Exercises where you try to get to know each other. But most of all, I think the most important thing is to, when you get to that point where perhaps they're talking about race or talking about their experiences or where they're from, it has a lot to do with listening, but also, I will just say, be very honest. I want to know who you are. I want to know where you're from. I want to know what your experiences are. Because all of that is strength. You're here today because you are strong and you have a lot to bring to this team. So I want to know how do we make sure that you feel the most comfortable here. And I would say that I'm lucky to have a mother that really taught me communication skills very early on. But you might meet a lot of Native athletes that aren't there yet, just quiet like the lead. Or you have really loud mouth ones. Who knows? If you have a loud mouth one, it's great. Sometimes you don't shut up. But I think it's a cautiously do it, but coming from a place. It's like how I've learned. I have two transgendered nephews. It's constantly being how would you like me to refer to you today? What I'm coming and being humble with this conversation. Being I don't know everything, and I'm trying to learn, and just basically put that out there in a sensitive way. I think that's the only thing. And when someone comes to me and says, Waneek, I want to learn. The questions I wish I had been asked by my coaches was who are you? What makes you tick? I remember sitting on a bus in Hungary, going to a water polo tournament. If you don't know, water polo is the national sport in Hungary, so we went to Hungary a lot. And I'm a huge fan of Rage Against the Machine. And the song Killing in the Name of, right? It's a great song. It's a great, great song. And now that I'm older and I really understand what it means, but back then it was at the very end of it, it's and I'm listening, I'm getting ready for my game. I'm I'm gonna kill them all. And I'm bobbing my head, and the coach just happened to be walking by, and he picks my earbuds out, puts it in his ear, and he keeps all he hears is the very end of that song. Anybody knows that song, you know what the end is like, right? And he looks at me, and he goes, oh, now I know why you don't listen to me. I was like, oh no. So it's all about that individual. There can't be a one size fits all type of people. As we are very different, as everybody is different, I think it's creating that ability to communicate, listen, create trust, and create friendship.
Yeah, thank you. I like that. I think, like you said, it's a very individual thing for people, but I think inviting that opportunity is great, and then reacting and allowing for the loud others to share and be vocal, or the introvert to kind of sit back and give them time to operate in into the space that they're comfortable. I think it's great advice. Like I said, I could hog Waneek all day, but I want to offer an opportunity to the audience. Are there any questions? Feel free to just jump up, jump in with any questions that you might have for Waneek. Paul, go ahead.
Thanks. Waneek, I just want to first of all say thank you. When you were talking about indifference, it's the first time that I truly understood the example of that people say, oh, I don't see race or I don't see color. The way that you explained it, in a nutshell, simplified it for me, and I wanted to thank you for that. I really appreciated that. I wanted to riff a little bit on your conversation just then and talk about what you just said about helping us move away from the one-size-fits-all approach. In our environment, in the history of sport, it's about regimentation, it's about routine, it's about one-size-fits-all because, number one, we don't have the resources all the time to have an individualized approach. But Keenan, your question, when you talked about the human connection earlier on and helping us, teaching others, racialized people teaching others about their own experience, their own culture, their own lived experience. And so, Keenan, one of the things that came to mind is how can we encourage our student athletes to talk about their lived experiences within their team environments, within our environments, so that we can move away from that one-size-fits-all and start to be more specific to meeting the needs of those people. And it's not a question, it's just a statement to say, I think you sort of lit a light bulb in my head on how we can start to encourage and frame the opportunities for our student athletes to have those conversations with us.
Well, I think, I think about it, and I think that you could do it in not so direct way. It would be, so when I played, I always played for somebody. In my mind, I dedicated my games, whatever, to people. And you can talk about that. Just talk about, okay, today, this game, or this practice, or whatever we're doing, let's dedicate it to something that's going on in the world, or what you're feeling, or something that, and maybe get them to talk that way. So that's not just them, but it's everybody kind of talking. Just go. I explained to my husband, my husband's a 4-time Olympian in judo, right? He's a doctor, very A-type personality. 157 white dude from Alberta that speaks Japanese, all right? He's a weirdo. Looks like a giant gorilla. But I was saying to him, I'm like, you're a white, alpha, heterosexual, athlete, male doctor. You have never, ever in your life been oppressed. So you've never been forced to delve into the layers of life. You can live in the icing all the time because it's that privilege, right? And so sometimes using the word like white privilege, I know it's a really good academic term, but something if you want to really make sure that you're creating good communication, try to understand how people will, maybe this is my years working in sales and stuff like that. You have to learn how people are going to consume the message in a way that they keep their ears open. So the moment I say to him, you got white privilege, he's like, I'm like, then I have to kind of go, okay, because his heart is gold, he works hard, he's just a hard-working man, so he doesn't see it. And getting people to delve into the layers of their life a little bit more, of their motivations, and why they do things, and why are you here? Why are you working so hard, These are skills, like introspection, that are really important. And they're important for people of color, they're important for everybody. And like I say, it helps give more context to that team culture. And creating a team culture that is that I use the term team culture, and I visualize it in the way of when you walk into a house and you look around and you have the most eclectic art collection. It's a little bit of everybody out, and you feel at home, and everybody feels at home there. I think if you can create that in your mind, in the mind of your team, then it's going to become a place where they can talk more about it. But I think if you do subtle things like that, like who we dedicated this today, like, and connecting their sport life to life and the bigger life, because, you know, everybody right now is going through a very hard time. You know, we're coming out of a pandemic. We're dealing with, you know, just really hard times in this country. And communication is at the all-time low. People think communication, like the younger generation really thinks communication is retweeting or liking. But communication actually is a two-way street. When you say something to somebody, you gotta be ready for the response. And that's not happening. They're not really taught that, right? So hard conversations, creating that environment where we can learn about each other. One of my best friends of all time, she's Quebecois, and we started having the best conversations about Quebec separatism. Can you imagine how much I love that idea, you know, being a Mohawk from Quebec? I didn't love it. But I suddenly realized through many, many conversations, she's not a separatist, but realized that, oh my God, we want the same things. We want cultural survival, language survival, like, that's not too different, you know? So you realize through those hard conversations, if they're done in a good way, in a respectful way, can be like really an important skill they'll go leave sport with and take into their life. So it may start very subtly, but also it's like a building block thing. You're not going to get to where you want immediately, but you have to start very, very, very small and getting people to kind of open up and share a little bit about themselves. But I mean, that's like anything else. But you will find that it'll make your team, they will suddenly like die for each other. It'll create that team bond that will be so powerful that they will, like even beyond sport. I remember those athletes that are still to this day, like people that I would lay my life down for because of that sense of connection and that human connection that I developed with them and through sport. And it's often never through the easy conversations, it was through the hard times and the hard conversations I had with everybody.
Thank you, and thank you, Wally, for asking that question. I was hoping to get to 2 questions, but with that, I had such a great insight into the conversation. At this point, I'd just like to thank you for being with us, and I'd like to invite Jordan to say a few words.
Hi, I'm Jordan Bridges. I'm a member of the McMaster Marauders team. And it's my pleasure today to thank you for sharing your story and inspiring us all today.
All right, everyone. Yes, thanks again, Waneek. And if we can take a short break and ask everyone to be back at 11 a.m. to continue the program. Thank you. I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Clare, Senior Advisor, Equity, Inclusion, and Anti-Racism for Student Affairs. She's joined with Toluope, coordinator in Anti-Black Racism, as well as Marissa, Dillon, who's a member of our Women's Rugby team, as well as our Black Student Athletes Council. Yes, thank you.
Can you use the microphone? I don't know what's that from.
Better? Yes. Okay, good morning, and welcome to this session. As Shawn mentioned, over the past year, I've had the pleasure of working with our student athletes in the department, as well as coaches, staff, and leaders, implementing the action plan that emerged out of the review into the Black Student Athlete Experience. And there are lots of things underway, but in this session, we're going to focus specifically on the approach that we took to anti-racism education and training in the department. And so one of the first things when I started to work with the department that happened, which was about 1.5 years ago now, I put out an open call and I asked for people to come forward who would be interested in working on anti-racism in the department. And we had lots of interest from student athletes, coaches, staff, leaders and all backgrounds and levels within the department. So that group came together and we formed what was called an anti-racism advisory group. And that group met very regularly and were very much involved in the creation of this training. So I just want to sort of acknowledge all the different people who were involved in putting this together. So we called the campaign the Take 5 campaign. And the premise was that staff would have access to 5 hours of anti-racism education and training over an academic year, so from August to August. 2 of those hours were designated as mandatory, so there was a 2-hour understanding anti-Black racism session, and we're going to talk you through that today. And then the remaining 3 hours were intended to be self-directed, not optional, but self-directed. And we did that for a couple of reasons, partly to acknowledge that it's hard to get big groups of people together with different timetables and schedules, and partly because we wanted to also acknowledge that people learn in different ways and they have different kinds of interests. And so we wanted to sort of open it up to people that you might want to listen to a podcast, you might want to watch a film, you might want to be in dialogue with somebody that we learn in different ways. So 2 hours mandatory, 2 hours of this self-directed learning. So we offered this 2-hour session twice a month between September and January. So I think we ran it sort of 10 or 11 times. So people signed on to one of the sessions that worked with their schedule, and typically we had between 15 and 40 people, I was thinking, and always a mix of sort of student staff, coaches, administrators, et cetera, in every session. So we never really knew when we logged on who was going to be there. And this was all online, because this was, of course, all throughout the pandemic. And we believe we've trained now about 185 people have had access to this session. And it took us, it took us about 3.5, 4 months to do planning, so conceptualizing it, coming up with content, and then working out all the logistics. It wasn't a quick process, but I think it was a robust process, and we're happy with sort of how it worked out. So it was a 2-hour session, and it was essentially a session of 2 halves, if you like, the first part and the second part to the session. We're going to talk you through that now, and I'm going to hand over to Tolu to talk us through the beginning of the session.
All right, so, good. Okay, so as I was introduced, my name is Tolu. I work in the Equity and Inclusion Office, so I do education, so around inclusion, around anti-racism, and understanding anti-Black racism was something that we've done for a while, but we had to make it relevant to athletes, coaches, and anyone that was in the athletic department. So for us, it was very important to set very clear objectives for the participants. So the objectives were fairly simple. 1, it was to familiarize folks with the concepts and language of anti-racism. 2, it was to provide basic tools for naming and analyzing racism. So it's important that you understand the language. There are a lot of terms that are being thrown at us, but then understanding it so that you can interrupt, interject, connect people with the right resources. And it was all about setting the groundwork for ongoing conversations. So very, very foundational. It was very important for us, for folks to leave the session thinking about some of the concepts and some of the things that we talked about and doing their own learning outside of that session. Whenever we start a session, it's very, very important for us to set guidelines or what we like to call intentions. And that is pretty much setting the tone for having critical conversations, because having conversations about anti-racism in an institution where there are different understandings can be very difficult. So it's very important for us to set the groundwork and lay out rules for folks so that they can engage in a respectful manner. So we encourage them to speak from the I. So if folks wanted to share their experience, it was very important that they were speaking about their experience and not somebody else's. And if they were going to share somebody else's experience, it had to be relevant and it had to be something that they had consent to share outside of where it was shared with them. We always ask folks to assume good intentions because, again, when we're having critical conversations, people are in different learning levels, right? So sometimes the way that questions are asked, sometimes the way that it's posed can be from someone like myself who studies anti-Black racism, who has a master's in cultural analysis and understand how society works and so on and so forth. So again, we always asked that folks assumed that people were coming from a place of learning, even if the questions that they were asking wasn't framed in a way that was appropriate. But tied to that is seeking clarity. So for us, it's very important when a question or something is posed that doesn't sit well with folks, we ask that other participants seek clarity, try to understand where folks are coming from, right? This is a learning process. And something that's very, very typical when we're doing inclusion, when we're doing anti-racism, anti-Black racism education is silence. But it's very important that we are challenging that silence. We are asking people to really think about why they're silent. Are they being challenged by what they are learning, right? Are you gonna do more research after the presentation is done? Really think about what is going on in your head, what you're processing, and work through that. So silence, again, it's very typical, but we were encouraging folks to step out of their discomfort to learn and not tune out, because that often happens. And then it was very, very important for us to ensure that people were disclosing cautiously, right? So after the review, there were a lot of things that were coming up. So we wanted to make sure that the space was safe enough for folks to share their experiences if they wanted to share it, but also allow folks who were hearing some of these experiences, who might not be familiar with some of the things that some of the students or some of the coaches were sharing, to keep in that space, right? To ensure safety and to ensure that they can have a positive working environment outside of that presentation. So for us, it was very, very important that we set those intentions. In the presentation, we went over some definitions, so privilege, oppression, racism, anti-Black racism, microaggressions, intersectionality, anti-racism, allyship. And we provided examples that were relevant to the athletic department. So we're going to take you through one of the exercises that we went through with the participants. So I imagine that folks have their phones or a laptop in front of them, and what I'm going to ask you to do is type in this title. So the pervasive reality of anti-Black racism in Canada. You don't have to type the second half, but the first part, or if you like, the link is there as well, and you can type that in. So we're gonna have you type that in. Once you have found the article, can I just get a thumbs up, heads nod, or a head nod, please? I'm just gonna wait a minute. That's okay. And if you don't have a phone, I encourage you to maybe try to remember the title, and then we will, you can review it at a later time. So I'm seeing some head nods and some thumbs up. Great. So what I want you to do is spend the next 5 minutes just skimming through that article. And I want you to look at the bulletin points and notice how pervasive anti-Black racism is in Canada. And what I want you to do after the 5 minutes is talk to us, right? Let us know what stood out to you, what was shocking, right? What surprised you, or what didn't surprise you. So we're going to give you 5 minutes. Time. 11:20. Okay, so at 11:20, we will discuss what you have read.
us.
Yeah.
A lot of people have. A lot of us aren't able to get to it.
Okay, not a problem. So, yeah, okay, not a problem at all. When you do have an opportunity, I strongly encourage you folks to read that article. So the exercise that we took folks through was asking them how anti-Black racism showed up in these particular areas. So this is where I would want your engagement. This is where we got folks' engagement. So, in education, how does anti-Black racism show up? What are some examples that you can think of or that you can share? You can choose healthcare, workplace, policing, law enforcement, or sports. Feel free to raise your hand and I'll just call on you. So how does anti-Black racism show up in particular areas? Yes?
One of the bulletins in the article.
Yeah, just starting with education, Black students in the Toronto high school system were 4 times more likely to be expelled than white students.
Yeah. So is that something that's shocking to you? Is that something that you're aware of? How does that, what do you think about that?
I wouldn't say it's shocking as to what I've learned over the last 2 years, but prior to that, probably would have been shocking.
Yeah, so that's something that's common. The expulsion rates, when we're thinking about Hamilton, for example, Hamilton has one of the highest expulsion rates in Ontario, which is very unfortunate. And then also, when we think about expulsion rates, how does that impact higher ed as well, right? Who's able to have access to higher ed? So that's something to think about. Is there anything else that anyone found shocking or they want to share? There's a hand. Oh, yes. Right up.
That's okay. I can yell. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Great.
Athletes have great speaking voices.
All right, let's hear it.
Not necessarily something that was highlighted in the article, but just a sort of pervasive understanding that as BIPOC athletes, our priority is to athletics and that we go to universities because of athletics and not because we are academic minded or, have higher education as our first priority.
Absolutely, and that's very common. And students they often talk about how that impacts them as athletes or as student athletes as well. And it's very unfortunate. There are stereotypes that exist, and again, things we need to be mindful of. Just a few more examples and then we'll move on. Sorry, can I get...
Oh,
yeah.
in terms of education, this article doesn't talk about it, but the burden that BIPOC people have to face in educating their coaches, teammates, teachers about their lived experience.
Yeah.
When the internet is a thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So what I'm noticing too is that there's the use of the term BIPOC right now, right? And that's something that we need to be mindful of. When we're talking about Black folks, we're talking about Black folks. When we're talking about people of color, we're talking about people of color. It's very important that at times we're separating that as well, right? Because the experiences are not always the same. It might be similar, but it's very unique. So I just wanted to point that out. But thank you so much for sharing. And yeah, there's so many things that aren't listed in that article that a lot of Black students face that we need to be mindful of, right? As I mentioned, we talked about intersectionality as well, right? So the way we will approach an issue that a Black student is experiencing is going to be very different from how we're approaching an incident where a racialized student is experiencing as well. So I just wanted to put that out there. But thank you so much for the 2 comments. And then one more comment.
Is this healthcare, this lack of access to family doctors?
Yeah, lack of access to family doctors. Black women, for example, are less likely to have family doctors, right? Because there aren't culturally relevant care, right? And all of these things are very important when we're thinking about student athletes, when we're thinking about our colleagues. These are things that we need to be mindful of. So this was some of the exercises that we took folks through, where we had people sharing some of the things that they were aware of, and we had them reviewing things that they may not have been aware of through that article, right?
Thank you, Tolu. And I know it feels like we're going really fast, but bear in mind, in the session, there was sort of more extended time for people to have dialogue and explore these issues. So that was kind of the first part of the session. It was kind of creating shared foundational knowledge. And in the second part of the session, what we wanted to do was to create an opportunity really for people to be able to apply that learning. I think sometimes things remain in the abstract, so you learn all these terms, but it's not always obvious what they mean in your context. And so we wanted to make that explicit to people. And so we decided as an advisory group that we would create some scenarios, so sort of micro case studies, very short, just a paragraph long. And one of the things I think that was very special was that we worked particularly with our Black student athletes, members of our Black Student Athlete Council, to help construct those scenarios. So we explored themes that were raised in the review, and we explored their own lived experience in the department to come up with some scenarios. And that was really important to me because one of my core principles in anti-racism work is that it must center the perspectives and experiences of racialized people, and particularly where you had a rupture. I think that's part of how you begin to repair relationships with people, which of course takes time. So we created these scenarios, and we created a total of 11 different scenarios. Pardon me. And the most important things about the scenarios is that they were made up. So based very much on lived experience and reality, but fictitious. And that was really important to create a sense of safety for people, because these were meant to facilitate learning and dialogue. Okay? So exploring key themes in the review, but not featuring any particular person, because nobody's going to learn if you're in the scenario wondering if you're the target of the scenario, right? That's just not going to happen. So we tried to make that explicitly clear to people. So in the second part of the session online, we went into breakout rooms. We kept the rooms deliberately small, so sort of like 6 to 8 people, again, trying to create that sense of safety and comfort to discuss issues that might be new to people. Each breakout room had 2 facilitators, and wherever possible, we had 1 white facilitator and 1 racialized facilitator to try and emphasize that sense of shared accountability and responsibility for the work. And the facilitators were drawn from our anti-racism advisory group, so we had students and staff. And we had done a lot of preparatory work together as a group in terms of preparing to facilitate this session. And what we would like to do now is to share 3 of the scenarios with you, and Marissa is going to take you through an exercise to have some discussion.
Hi everyone, as Keenan mentioned before, my name is Marissa. I just graduated from McMaster and I was on the women's rugby team. Thank you. So I just wanted to take you through, like Claire said, some of the scenarios that we had done throughout the training session. So this scenario, I'll read it out to you, and then we can have some shorter, smaller discussions with the people around you. So after an important win, a team celebrates their victory in a change room with some music featuring the latest drill, trap, and hip-hop songs. The players shout out the lyrics in unison, which includes several references to the N-word. One of the black players doesn't join in saying he isn't familiar with the music. His teammates laugh, and one of them asks him, "What do you mean you don't know this song? Are you sure you're even black?" Which prompts laughter from some of the players nearby. The player doesn't respond, but quickly gets changed and leaves the changing room. So I'll give you all a few minutes to discuss that with the people around you, and just to keep in mind some of the guiding questions that we had on the previous slide, which is how is anti-black racism operating, who is being impacted by it, and how else could the scenario be resolved.
I was going to say,
Stand there and the
what were your initial thoughts or anything that kind of jumped out at you or any important points that you all had in your discussion?
So just kind of 2 points. Obviously, first, just what is the culture of that team to begin with? Is the culture based off of something from 40 years ago from a bunch of old white guys? Let's just say it was a golf team that was part of the golf country club. Like that's not going to be a very diverse situation. But to push more into it because at the very end of it, as a coach, it's like one of the big things when you're in a university that expects academics is having the coach challenge the administration and say there are barriers put in place where I cannot be a more diverse team and more situations. So are we able to build some type of a meeting based with places like this where we can figure out how do we get these barriers knocked down for everyone and make this program inclusive for everyone? Like what can we do? Is there travel expenses where we go to different communities that are going to be more reliable for me to find people come in when it comes to academics, like we saw the stuff about the EQAO and all that, and the other stuff that's a big thing for universities. So how do we deal with that? But that's above the coach's pay grade, so but you got to challenge the administration to work with you and get that lower and get it to advance.
Yeah, thank you. Those are some of the initial thoughts I had when I first went through this scenario as well. It was what exactly is the culture of the team that the coach is trying to recruit based on? That says a lot about it in itself. And then one other thing is to look at is how defensive the coach was initially right off the bat. That can tell you that there's something wrong with the way that the coach is recruiting, and also says a lot about the recruitment processes, the recruitment pipeline, just all the existing practices that are set in place that could have brought the coach to this point and the scenario to this point.
Is there any such thing for one sport? We have a lot of interesting conversations about this. Genuine question.
Our comment as a group was that even just the fact that it is considered a white predominant sport means that outside of the university or the institution, but even further into society, what are we doing that are providing barriers that people are assuming it is a white sport? And how do we start that process of opening that up?
Yeah, that's a great point. It speaks to looking at exactly what you said, the barriers, how to increase accessibility. For certain sports, there are a lot of barriers related to cost and transportation, a lot of those things. So this definitely speaks to what we should be focusing on more to ensure that more youth and more athletes are able to access higher levels of sport.
When I read this scenario, I think there's opportunity here as well for this particular program and university department, because there is a person that's willing to support the intentionality that to recruit diversity, and I think we obviously need more intentionality. And so how does the department leadership embed that language, that expectation, and the mechanisms in place to create those opportunities for coaches? So if that donor is willing for a conversation, I'm happy to have it with them.
Yeah, the 10% impact comes up here, right? Like we have 10 ways of trying to say, yeah, but the impact that comes with that and the defensiveness that comes right away from it. Well, this is my problem. Like it's part of the grassroots of it that it's not accessible. Rather than trying to create solutions to those problems, well, I can't do anything about that. Well, as much as it might be, the other side of the academic side might be above his head, the grassroots part of it, like, okay, so help grow your local programs then, right? Help make them more accessible so that it's more accessible to people.
Yeah.
Not just creating all the problems of what that is and not taking it as this donor is not attacking you as a person, as the head coach, he's attacking the whole problem of the sport, and you clearly see the problem in the sport, and it's how you
Yeah, and it's kind of like the coaches basically doing what they're told or taking the easy route rather than taking those steps to ensure that they tackle those barriers and tackle the lack of accessibility faced by by many athletes around the OUA or whatever league it may be. Yeah, can you back?
The part where I mentioned about not even seeing color goes back to Waneek's point about just not having a mindfulness or a lack of consideration for everyone's lived experiences, and it speaks to maybe the lack of human connectedness that they have with others.
Yeah, that was a big thing in the scenario, was the presence of colorblind racism. So that was, one of the bigger themes to come out of this scenario.
And there's also the elephant in the room, which is, what is the subtle implication of the academic capacity of racialized athletes?
We had a good conversation about that part. It's kind of that inherent bias that somebody of color or black student athletes won't meet the admission standards. And they won't be able to pick up and play with it. For us in the sport of football, we were talking about how it is a very diverse sport now. Back when black athletes were allowed to start playing, they could play certain positions, but they couldn't play, as you mentioned, quarterback. They couldn't play center. But those are thinking positions. Right? And so it's that inherent bias all the way back to
Thank you.
We're over time. Sorry, Keenan. So I hope that gave you a flavor. And essentially, it's interesting. We had 45 minutes in the session, and each breakout group did 3 scenarios. And the feedback every single time was that was nowhere near enough time. And so you've experienced that now. I know you definitely didn't have enough time, but I think it does raise the point that people do want to talk about these issues if they're supported to talk about them and the right environment is created. So we do definitely need to start having, the difficult conversations, and I'm always about the elephants in the room. So thank you very much for your participation in that. In terms of how we ended the session, we then came back all together into this larger group, and in the last 15 minutes, we just shared with each other some of the things we talked about in our rooms. And then we also left staff with some access to ongoing resources that are available on the intranet staff portal. And then on an ongoing basis, we try and create opportunities for staff in all staff meetings to continue to have these conversations. And we have a focus on inclusion now very much embedded within the department's strategic plan. And looking ahead, because we really focus on staff, we also really want to start thinking about how we raise the competencies of our students to be good teammates and to raise their own levels of awareness around anti-racism. So I don't know, do we have time for questions, Keenan? Probably not.
Are there any burning questions for?
Yes. I would love it if you could explain the relationship between the university and their diversity inclusion branch and the athletic department, and what that looks like and how you are working together.
So the Equity and Inclusion Office is a central department, so they're there to serve the entire university. So they are a resource for the entire university to draw on, and after the review, the administrators, I think very wisely, reached out to them and brought in some additional expertise and support. So in terms of this training, Tolu and I worked on the content together. It really was very collaborative, I would say. And then, of course, we worked also with the wider anti-racism advisory group within the department as well. So it was a very, very collaborative effort. I don't know, Shawn, if you want to add anything to that?
I think you've done a great. No, that's great. I think you've done a great job capturing that. I think it was a true collaboration with Dr. Warner's expertise and guidance and advice, and then of course the Equity and Inclusion Office bringing to bear their knowledge and experience as well, because obviously this was a review of the athletics department. We obviously sit within the broader university, right? So there's systemic issues that we need to address more broadly than just within athletics and recreation, but obviously with specific emphasis on what occurred and what we need to change and make better. So that's two sides of the same coin, in my opinion, with Clare being like right in there on the ground with us, and then the Equity and Inclusion Office being sort of instrumental in supporting us. So that's how I would capture it. I think, Clare, you did it perfectly. So
it's a really good collaboration. Keenan's looking at me. There's
Okay. Would it be possible to share the slides with us, to have Keenan or Trish share the slides with us at the conclusion of this session?
From this presentation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So sorry, there will be, we'll send an email out after, there'll be a link to resources, so all of the slides and whatnot. Maybe not this afternoon, but by tomorrow.
Thank you. Ken Chilblack, North. I'm wondering if your scenarios vary from audience to audience. If there's different scenarios for coaches to manage and different scenarios for student athletes to manage, or are they consistent?
So yeah, good question. We looked at them all together, and I think that's important because it's an ecosystem, right? We did the teams, and it's about the relationship. So it's actually partly about getting those different stakeholders talking to each other. That was part of the experience. And so the scenarios did look at things that focused on student-athlete experience. It also looked at interpersonal relationships with coaches. What else did we look at? It covered a lot of different things. But I think it was really useful maybe for people to see things from another stakeholder's perspective that they maybe don't normally engage in. Does that make sense? So, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Please, just a quick clarification. A couple times the slides and then the conversations and the surveys were referred to specifically as in terms of anti-Black racism, and other times, like when you were talking about facilitators of different conversations, you were just referring to them as either non-white or not specifically as Black individuals. Was there a distinction between the conversations that were had surrounding anti-Black racism? And if there were, how were those distinctions made to separate, like we talked about earlier, the distinction between, Black experiences and other racialized or, larger BIPOC issues?
Can I just clarify, are you asking from the perspective of the facilitators?
No, I was just wondering, as far as conversations that were had, experiences that were shared, what was there?
We kept the focus quite tight throughout this session. It was called Understanding Anti-Black Racism. The scenarios talk very specifically about the specificity of the Black student-athlete experience. That doesn't mean that there aren't comparisons that can be drawn. Sometimes there are areas of overlap with other groups' experiences, and we're very open to that. I think it's useful to draw those connections, but we did keep the focus unapologetically Black. That's a great note to end on from my perspective. So I'll hand over to
wanted to thank you, Clare, Marissa, Tolu, for that presentation. The Take 5 campaign has been an integral part of our response to the Black Student Athlete Review, and thank you for participating in the scenarios, which we found have really been really some of the most impactful ways to spark that conversation that's so critical to change. So thank you all, and thank you for the presentation. All right, so moving on, I'd love to invite the co-founders of the Alliance from Waterloo, Darrell and Jacky, associate and football coach, and head swim coach.
Before we start, everybody get up in 2 minutes, please. Congratulations. My name is Darrell. I'm my PA. I'm the associate head football coach at the University of Waterloo. I'm today Jacky, Beckford-Henriques, and head coach of Chant-Sehl. In a few minutes today, we're going to talk about how we do the Alliance, who we are, what we do, how we're helping our individual community start with this expand out to the Waterloo network. Because there's a big population of Black, Indigenous, racialized in that area. We've got to take care of our own backyard first. So, the Waterloo Alliance, okay? How were we formed? In the summer of 2020, as you all know, through the orders of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, we got together as coaches because we're responsible for a bunch of student athletes on campus. Myself, Jacky, Rolly Rex, our athletic director, Sadiq, one of our faculty members, said we have to do something. We can't just sit around and say, woe is me, and look at what's happening and not have a chance to have an effect on people. So we got together and said, what can we do? How can we have an effect on our campus, okay? We start out with a healing circle. Okay, we brought in Rohan Thompson from Breakthrough Counseling Services and had what we call a healing circle, anybody identified as Black, okay? Kept that group really specific to that population. We had approximately 50 people take part in that presentation. Rohan spoke about the traumas of everything going on, both in the U.S., here in Canada, what's happened historically, why these things are still happening, how to deal with what we're facing each and every day. It's a great event. We felt like, okay, we got that done. Now, we got to be progressive. The next thing we did, we had an allyship meeting. Now, it's for anybody, any race, religion, creed, ethnicity that wanted to learn about allyship. Fortunately for us, we'll have that meeting as well. Very informative, very influential, and opportunity to open some eyes, some ears, some hearts to be able to make a difference internally, starting with ourselves, okay? What do we know? What do we learn? What can we do in our own world? How do we raise our kids? How do we coach our players? How can we be better to make changes, okay? That was step number 2. Then from there, moving forward, what do we do with all this newfound information, all this energy? Put out a call to action within our department, okay? Who wants to be involved with a group of people looking to move forward and be better and rewrite history and change the future, okay? We started out with 20 people, members of the athletic department, some coaches, some faculty, some staff, and a couple of student athletes, all right? And now to this day, 2 years later, we're approximately 35 members deep, so in 2 years, almost doubled our membership, looking to increase that as we move forward. So, we formed a group, we talked about being action-based. What are we, one of those groups that are just waving a flag saying, look at us, we're against racism. We want to take action. We want to have clearly defined goals. We want to have things that we stand by. So this acronym here, the Alliance, Anti-Racism Awareness, Love, we talked about that. I love that. She talked about love and that creating of peace and humanity is very important to us in our group. Leadership, as coaches, as directors, we're in a position of power. We have influence over our groups, so we got to be able to lead from the front. Okay? Inclusion, action, accountability. Accountability and awareness are my 2 favorite ones because now we're holding ourselves responsible for education on what's happening. Not just looking at what's happening in the U.S., what's happening right here in Canada. What are the things that are happening day to day? What's happening historically? When you talk about the history of the natives and the indigenous, you got to know that stuff. You got to be accountable to learning and having better experiences moving forward. No tokenism, change, equity. So some terms that we really want to pride ourselves on and always reflect back and look at our work. Are we incorporating these things as we move forward with our group? All right. Our mission statement, okay, again, we're an action-based group, always moving forward, taking action. So we want to establish positive systemic changes for the University of Waterloo Black, Indigenous, and racialized community through recognition of, education towards, and actions against racism. So again, 2 words that stand out to me, the actions, okay? What are we doing, okay? Are we talking the talk or are we walking the walk? And what actions are we taking? We're addressing things on a systemic level, okay? We're not just looking at what's happening on the surface, we want to dig down deep into the core of the problems. What's happening at a university? Think about what the review did for Mac here. A lot of changes from the systemic level. So let's make sure we're attacking there so we can have those changes that are long founded. We have to move forward from generation to generation. Okay. Next slide. Vision statement, okay? Where do we see this group going? What are we trying to accomplish on a day-to-day? Actively striving to lead by example and from the front as coaches, department members, standing out in front, having those tough conversations, asking the questions that don't want to be asked, looking at the scenarios, how are we handling this? What are our responses, okay? Leading by example, providing direction, inspiration to all community members to create change. Once again, that change word keeps reappearing, how to change things, okay? Relentless pursuit of equity. Relentless, think about that word itself. It means you don't stop. You keep going, right? There's no on and off switch. We're not taking days off. We're not, let's put it to the side, it's relentless. Otherwise, the change will never happen. Had a great analogy from Dr. Christopher Taylor, who's a professor on our campus. He's now one of the leaders in our HRI group. He said, don't be like a rubber band, okay? You stretching. It's great. Things are happening. What happens when you let it go? It goes back to the same shape. So if we don't continuously stretch that rubber band until it pops, it'll always go back to what it was, right? That's why. Okay, we have 4 guiding principles with our group. First one, respect, okay? Respect. Can't say it enough, that word, how powerful that word is. You have to respect yourself, you have to respect each person for their individuality. So when we talk about not seeing color, that's very important to take that mindset, take that thought process out of your vocabulary. You have to see color, not to be racist, but have that respect and understanding and appreciation of everybody in this particular room, right? All members are confident that their thoughts and behaviors are heard and respected. So that communication piece is a two-way street. You gotta talk, you gotta listen, you gotta be receptive, and not just wait your turn to speak. Okay? Second piece, integrity. All of our discussions and actions are guided by honesty and strong moral principles. Strong moral principles. Attacking the core fabric of who we are as people, as humanity. We gotta have integrity and purpose in everything we do with our group. Next one. Community, right? Starting with Waterloo. We're not trying to be too big yet. Okay? We gotta take our own backyard first. Starting the athletic department, individual swim teams, football teams, our community first. Then we work to our campus, hitting our students. We work to our neighbors right across the street. We work with Matt and Winter. All the athletic departments come together at some point. There's a long-term vision for the community. Feeling that shared sense of belonging, inclusion, and responsibility. We're all responsible, okay? I can't look to myself or to other people identify as black for the answers. How do we fix this? No. How can we change this? How can we learn together? How can we all be accountable and responsible for these steps? And the last thing, growth, okay? Again, responsibility to listen, learn, educate, work together to achieve that common goal of ending racism. Okay? Next slide. All right. Again, action-based group. So what are we doing during our monthly meeting? We meet every month, talk about our action items. We'll have breakout rooms. We'll talk about trending topics, what's been happening recently. Always focusing on the action. Okay? We've had 4 expression sessions over the past 2 years. And these sessions are student-led, okay? They're shared experiences. They talk about what's happening on campus, what's happening in their life. Sometimes they'll have predetermined questions to discuss. Sometimes it's organic. The last one they talked about the code switches. We talked about languages, right? Being able to speak, no disrespect, in a white scenario versus being from an island or speaking a different dialect. The code switching was a huge conversation. So the point is this. We're taking action, giving the students a voice to be able to talk about their experiences, and then creating little tangible goals to make changes on campus. Those sessions have been great. Looking to continue those one per semester moving forward. Okay, the next one. We're doing an internal audit to identify discrepancies within the department. So we're taking a lot of data, done some estimation, figuring out the ratios of players who identify as black, indigenous, racialized, coaches who identify as black, indigenous, racialized, to address the discrepancies with recruiting, hiring practices, so on and so forth. Community outreach. So as we continue to work within Waterloo, we've begun to bring in some external members of the community. We have the Sunnydale group you learn about from Jacky in a couple of minutes, the black, indigenous, racialized student groups have an opportunity to come to campus and see what's potentially out there. Do well in school. If you have an opportunity to come and play a sport, have a chance to be on campus, see the facilities, see what life is like outside of your regular neighborhood. And then we have 2 initiatives that we'll talk about, primarily learn to swim, the life skills. We talked about the white predominant sports of swimming and hockey, right? We're going to have opportunities to give kids resources to be able to learn those life skills. The skate program will have it sometime in the future. We'll focus on the swim program, which we'll learn about in a second. Education and collaboration, right? Talking about getting to understand what's happening in the world today. Learning from speakers, people like Waneek, see what's happening with those websites. Who are your scholarly resources that you can refer to understand what's truly happening in the world today, okay? We brought in guest speakers to come to our group meetings on monthly meetings. We've collaborated with students from Marissa with the Hulu group, as well as Tejan with the New Base group as well. A lot of good things happening across campuses in this conference. Right? And the last one, partnerships on campus. We can't do it by ourselves. Yes, we're 35 people right now, but there's a lot of other organizations on our campus that are doing similar activities to help tone down the anti-Black racism, to help that sense of belonging for the indigenous and racialized. We have the Wellness Collaborative that does a lot with mental health and well-being. We also have the accessibility services who deals with the traumas that they're dealing with on campus. We had recent meetings with those two groups to put together a plan to work together and collaborate as we continue to grow and expand on campus. Okay? Now, I'll turn the floor over to Jacky to talk about our newest and our most important initiative to date, our Learn to Swim program. Okay?
Thanks, Dave. I would like to thank McMaster for hosting today. This is the first of anything like this in our conference. Mac has a very special place for me because 8 years ago, they gave me a work permit. Well, they didn't give me the work permit, but they hired me from Jamaica. So, you know, and also my son and daughter-in-law both swam and went to Mac. And my son was one of 5 swimmers, black swimmers in OUA swimming at the time. And I don't think that number has changed very much since then. And he was, I have to show off, an OUA medalist and youth sports finalist, one of the few black swimmers in Canada to do this. Sometimes you have a vision, but you don't know how it's going to happen. Many years ago, I had a vision that I wanted more people to learn to swim because I have had fabulous opportunities in my life from being a swimmer, to becoming a coach, to being at 3 Olympics and many other things like that. But I wanted more people of the same color as me to have that experience, but I didn't know how it would happen. And then I got the opportunity when I became a member of the Alliance, when I said to the other members of the group, this is something I think we can do, and everybody jumped at it. Okay, I am out of my comfort zone right now because I'm accustomed to being on a swimming pool deck, not talking about anti-racism. So you're going to be out of your comfort zone right now. Put up your hand if you can swim, 50 meters. Okay, the majority of people in here can swim. But there's many, many people out there who cannot swim. And I want you to think about that while I talk. I'm not like DA, I don't know the whole thing off by heart, but it was written. Black individuals in the US are 5 times more likely to drown. And I say the US because Canada hasn't done statistics on it. But there are, every summer, black kids drowning in Canada. If you go into the pools, the rec pools and that, you will see a lot of black kids there, but not many of them can actually swim, because they have not had the opportunity to learn to swim. And there's many, many reasons. The first one is economic. But then we get onto the tradition. If I'm a black kid in school and I am athletic, I'm going to be told to be a basketball player or a football player, because that is what society is dictating. So we need to move beyond that. So we started at the University of Waterloo Alliance. We said, how are we going to do this? We needed to partner with a community group. We wanted to bring in people from the community. So we went to Adventure for Change, which is a community organization, 5 minutes from the University of Waterloo. And I said to them, we want to offer swimming lessons to your people who come to your facility. And they jumped up and down. So I had the varsity team that I could use to teach the swimmers, to teach the swimming lessons. So my head of department, well, our athletic director said, you can have the use of the pool for free, which was a major thing. And then we went on from there. I said, we'll have 4 classes and we will operate them, on a Sunday afternoon. We'll have 1 women-only class because within the community that we were targeting, you had a lot of people who, for religious reasons and otherwise, women could not swim with men at the same time. When Adventure for Change sends me the list, 48 women and girls have signed up. Not that men didn't want to sign up, but the reality is that at the community level, there's soccer, basketball offered for men, but there's very little in sport offered for women. So all the women/girls, moms, all jumped in before the men actually did. So change the plan again. And this is our pilot program. We're going to start with women only, 2 classes, 48 people we have. So we started, we're on class number 5 coming this Sunday. How will I also fund it? We got somebody else in the alliance, because I'm no good at writing grant applications and all of that. They helped me, and we wrote to the Kitchener-Waterloo Community Foundation. And you can see up there what we got to run the program. Then, class 1. Everybody comes to swim, and when I tell you the garb that is worn, we have all sorts of things. People come fully dressed, and we don't care. We just want you in the pool. I didn't think about everybody needs goggles, everybody needs caps. In Jamaica, our chlorine levels aren't as high as Canada, so I never would have thought of that. So we had to get big goggles and caps. One of the obstacles, my swimmers all don't have vulnerable sector checks, so they would not be allowed to teach the swimming classes. So for our pilots, I said we'd pay staff. Come September, every member of the University of Waterloo varsity swim team has to teach 2 classes for the term, and they all have to get their vulnerable sector checks this holiday. Paperwork, waivers, that has been quite the experience. You're dealing with a community of moms who have never had the opportunity, many of them, to learn to read and write. They have come and stopped me in the corridor, and I can tell you some of the stories I've heard in the last 5 weeks about some of their lives before coming to Canada, which we all can't understand. And so what was happening, I discovered after a couple of weeks, and I guess my hierarchy would have a heart attack knowing what happened. A mom has 6 girls. Somebody has to stay at home to look after the youngest child. So what was happening was they filled out 1 set of paperwork. Mom came to swimming class this week, and the oldest girl stayed at home to look after the youngest. Then the next week, the oldest girl came to swimming class, and Mom stayed at home to look after the youngest. I have now resolved all of that. Everybody must have a piece of paper. But it has taken time, and this has been all part of the experience. Sometimes on Sunday, I don't feel like getting up to do it, because as we all know, Sunday is your day off, hopefully. As a coach, you don't always get Sunday off. But when I'm done every one of those sessions, I walk out of there with the happiest heart that I could ever have. And all of our instructors, I have other people, non-school people, volunteering now, because they're able to come in. And that's just a few of the words that we've got from some of our participants. And my challenge to you is this doesn't just have to be a swimming thing. You can take this template in your universities and do it in other sports. So you can open up. Maybe I won't have an Olympian come out of those 48 people that we are teaching to swim, but guess what? We might have a coach, an administrator, a lifeguard, because of this experience that they have had. That's it for us today. Woo!
Anyone have any questions about our program or anything about the swim program? Everybody's kind of hungry when they got questions in the back, right here.
First off, thank you very much to both of you for what you've given of yourselves to make both initiatives happen. It's really outstanding. I'm just curious on the expression session, coach, that you're speaking of. How open, is it an open door policy to that, or is it still that smaller group that comes together to talk about things? Or is there an opportunity for, white males like myself to be an active listener?
So right now, it's closed off to students on campus. The first two were via Zoom because we're still remote. The last two were in person. I don't want to say invite only, but it's closed off for students on campus. Doesn't matter what background you are, it's open to anybody that wants to participate. Any questions on that?
So you're partnering with community members in order to offer this Learn to Swim. Are you going to progress into also offering it to students, or are they still able to get involved at this level right now?
The hope is eventually we will have something to offer to students, starting with the community first. And it's easier, I thought, to get funded for the community.
We have swim lessons available already for athletics directors and students that have taken advantage of opportunity because they are paid classes that they may not be able to budget for it in undergrad. Any other questions?
Since you've started the pilot program for swimming, have you noticed that there's been a bit of an uptick in just sort of the understanding and the inclusivity that you've been seeing from students on the more activist side on campus? I know that we talked a lot about how starting with community-based outreach and working to encourage that level of inclusivity and accessibility has a direct impact on the university community. Have you started to see that yet, or is the program still a little bit too new to start to see the repercussions?
I would say it's too early, and some of the really should have started last September, but because of COVID. And normally it's only going to be run in the fall and winter, but because we just wanted to get started. So I probably could answer that question at the end of the quarter.
Do you have any Learn to programs directed at the student level? And if yes, what is the uptake? If no, have you considered it? I guess the reason why I ask is I was down in Australia playing volleyball with a group of people, and it was the worst volleyball game I've ever played in my life. And in conversations with the people I was playing with, many of them had never played volleyball before, yet being from England and other places in Europe. It was their first ever time playing. It really made me think that people who don't come from North America don't necessarily play our traditional sports, and just signing up for something like intramurals can be extremely intimidating. So you have no clue what even the basic rules of play are. So it's sat with me for a while. I haven't necessarily developed any programming around it, but it's something that I think that should be explored, in particular for international students, is try to create some Learn to programming so they can learn just the basic rules and movements of activities.
For sure. This semester, we're hoping to have pretty close to 100% back in class, so having more students around campus is something that we can take advantage of. Having this pilot program, now we can iron out the kids that work really well, what didn't do well, or we can troubleshoot, like Jacky said. We can build that template, now we can apply it to several different sports. It's a matter of staffing, figuring out who can coach, who can be the trainer there. So we can iron the details out. Now we can have a nice easy way to sell these opportunities moving forward. So this is definitely the groundwork of it. Now that we're going to be successful, we can continue to tweak it based on semester, based on sport, based on availability. So yes, we have a future, but it's a matter of just keeping on action moving forward.
As inter-university students, obviously this time of year the demands aren't the same for your varsity swim swimmers who are coaches, but was that a challenge to get buy-in from them to participate in this program?
Actually, no. I guess we've been in the alliance also. There's been a lot of discussion with the team as time has gone on. And one of our key student members of the alliance is on my student team, so that has helped.
Great.
Okay, sorry. These things, right? Jacky, I've known you for a long time. Nice to see you again. Really great to hear both what you're bringing, the clarity, your conviction, and the move to action. I also really appreciate you look at that scenario, the Take 5 masterpiece around the coach who was saying pipelines this and that. We think about systemic racism, and it feels like we need a grand, like all-encompassing solution. Instead, we've gotten down to most basic, but let's teach some people to swim and change opportunities there. So thank you for sharing, bringing us to those smaller, like less grand, not going to solve all the issues solutions. You mentioned the support of your director. Can you speak to, I think, about leaders in the room here in our own circles, the role that your director played? Because your clarity, your conviction seems very clear, but I've heard you reference that your director was there, took part, funding, different pieces. What's the feel of that been, and what's been the action of it to enable you to do your good work?
Great question. The best part about our group is that our athletic director is a co-founder. He was part of that original forum. Myself, Jacky, and our athletic director is the ones that led this part. So we have the support from the highest guys in your department. You're going to get blocked. Right? So in addition to that, our assistant athletic director is a member of the alliance. So we have support right away. And he's the guy that's going to lead from the front when he needs to, but also step back and figure out what can we do? How can I support you in your vision, your goals? So when he was on board, he was one of the first people to step up to us and say, how can I support you as your boss, as members who identify as Black, help you deal with it forward? That just gave us the confidence to move forward. So I want to speak on his behalf because he's a member, he's a co-founder, and he's a guy that we can trust and know that's going to have our best interests in mind. It just gave us the opportunity for us to do a lot of things and not have to deal with the red tape that other people on other institutions have to deal with, because the director is the one that's leading the charge. He said, no, we can skip that, we can not worry about that. I can come to the bullshit, speak my language, and let's get this done.
I apologize if you mentioned this during the presentation, but when these classes are going on, is the pool completely closed to everyone else? And I guess as a follow-up to that is, what are the windows like in viewing area for the pool? And the reason why I ask is I know I worked in a facility before that they actually had blinds to go down for females only and other kind of sensitive groups that kind of came in and didn't want to be participating, with people just walking by and looking in and stuff. So what are some ways you kind of navigate that?
Sometimes I think it's unfortunate, but in this case it's fortunate our pool is in the dungeon. So we don't really have an issue with that. We do have on one of the doors, blinds, but other than that, so we're locked off within the pool for those classes. So it's not a problem for us. I can see where, in other facilities you would really have to see how you would navigate that.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate you listening.
Thank you so much. My name is Dennis-Davies. I'm one of the Black interns at McMaster Marauders grad internship program in our department. I'm one of the first cohort. I want to say thank you so much for being here. Everyone, you guys about will hopefully inspire many people. A lot of people who started stuff similar to Alliance under the first last year. So it's something that is very, very dear to my heart. So thank you so much.
Thanks everyone for, I know we're a little bit behind schedule, so apologies, we'll adjust a bit at lunch, but hopefully you found so far this morning to be educational. You've all taken some things away. I thank all of our speakers from this morning. And then lunch will be served just outside, buffet style, so where the coffee was. The lecture hall adjacent to us is said, go in there for lunch, you'll notice some signs on the tables with topics. So if there's a specific topic that you see, you want to sit there, and other people who want to talk about the same thing, education or group, whatever, just those are there to just sort of help find people who want to discuss over lunch some similar topics. Alternatively, there's some seating outside. Feel free to experience our beautiful campus if you choose to do so. There's a hot one over there. And we're going to reconvene. If everybody thinks is 30 minutes sufficient, or we'll reconvene back here at 12:55, and we'll hear from some of our guests from Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment and the Toronto Raptors. So enjoy your lunch.
It's my distinct pleasure to introduce three exceptional leaders from Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment, the Toronto Raptors, to share some insights with you. We have Marika with us, Director of Research and Evaluation with the MLSE. Razack, John Wiggins, Toronto Raptors Vice President of Organizational Culture and Inclusion. And Bobb, Director of Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Team Strategy with the MLSE. So with that, I'll hand it over to the team. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to the food service team. Except, I don't know what the intro exceptional. That's a lot of pressure you have to go up to. It depends on what teams you like. You'll decide if you think we're exceptional or not. But we're really honored to be here. I'm Justin. I am first generation Canadian. I am a proud Guyanese. If there's any trees in here, I don't want any slander. I'm back with my wife at home. I am a Scarborough man through and through, and John's tired of saying that, so I say it as much as I can. But look, J. Cole was in Scarborough this summer, and all of a sudden everybody had love in Scarborough, so doesn't matter. I have the pleasure of being the Director of Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, focused mostly on our team strategies. I spend most of my time with Toronto FC and the Toronto Argonauts, but try to help John as much as I can in the leagues as well. Outside of that, I am on the board of directors for the Coaches Association of Ontario and the National Ballet School of Canada. I cannot dance, please don't ask me to do that, but I really enjoy my time with the board as well.
So I can dance. So mine's what I come from a dance background, and that's been exactly moving into the sports sector with that background. Because everyone did my perspective, I would say. Does everyone hear me? I'm probably the only one out of the three, but that might need the mic. Yeah, is that right? Okay.
Okay, great. Yeah, so as Keenan said, I'm a Director of Research and Evaluation on the Community Engagement and Social Impact team at MLSE. So I'm sure we'll get into breaking down a lot of what goes into that bucket as we continue talking today. But just for a little bit about myself, I come from a dance background. After that, I became a physical therapist and then became a clinical researcher and then became a sport researcher from there. So it's been a long and interesting path. I've been with MLSE for about 6 years now, working on community engagement and social impact research. Since we're sort of identifying ourselves, so I am a Trini, Bajan, German, and Polish heritage, also from Winnipeg, Manitoba. Any Winnipeg representation? No? All right. Yeah, just me. Okay. So, I'm looking forward to chatting with you all this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm going to try and mic this. Everyone here okay? All right, perfect. I got some thumbs up in the back. John Wiggins, Vice President of Organizational Culture and Inclusion with the Raptors. Just finished my second season with them. Prior to that, I'm on our NBA G League team in Mississauga, Raptors 905. And that was a great endeavor for me to get into the highest level at the time, professional basketball, but also contribute to my community because I'm from Mississauga. So the opportunity to have professional sports in our city, reach out to my high school teachers and the local dry cleaner that my family goes to all the time, and build up our community was probably one of the best experiences I had. But now I oversee the equity, diversity, and inclusion efforts for the Raptors, as well as spearhead our social justice initiatives on behalf of our players in the organization. And it's a full-time job, it keeps us pretty busy, but it's an opportunity to really be in a space right now that's much needed and deserves some focus. And I would like to think that the Raptors are going to continue to champion that we are and lead in this space. As I mentioned, I'm born from Mississauga, second generation Caribbean. I'm from St. Lucia. We don't fight with anybody. Our island is beautiful to do that. I am a better dancer than Justin, but not nearly as good as Marika. I'd like to think his feet can do some good shuffling, but his back won't let me do it as much as I used to. And I got a huge addiction to shoes, and so that's always something that I like to let everybody know. But other than that, looking forward to talking to everybody here today. I want to start by saying Happy National Indigenous History Month, as well as Happy Pride Month to everybody, and hoping everyone's celebrating or reconciling as they can. And we also want to keep this a very two-way conversation, okay? This isn't going to be us talking for 45 minutes while you guys listen and maybe have some time for questions at the end. We're going to try and jump into questions very early. Let's have a dialogue, let's have a discussion. It's a space that everyone should be brave in, but let's have some uncomfortable topics if we need to, but we want you guys to get as much out of this, and we want to hear about how we can provide some insight, perspective, and experience to all. All right.
So we're just going to start with a little perspective. I was the best basketball player I'd ever seen in my life until I got to university. And my coach in that first week paired me with one of my favorite teammates, Brandon Krupa from St. Catharines, one of the best shooters I've ever seen in my life. And he made a shooting partner every single practice, and Krupa doesn't miss. If he misses, I'm probably just extending my arm a little bit to clear the rebound and pass it back to him. And I had this guy up and down in the gym trying to find my rebounds. He used to always say to me that frustration leads to focus, and I was frustrated, trust me, because missing shot after shot after shot, watching Krupa never miss, was hard for me, but it was the lesson, the tough lesson that I really needed to get. I had never failed anything before. Dr. Ryerson now in Toronto Metropolitan, it's still weird saying it out loud. And I had never failed anything before. I made every team I tried out for, every job, part-time job I applied for, I got into university, I got to pick the school I went to. And in my first semester, it was in a lecture theater just like this. I was in Stats 1, QLS 102, I'll never forget. And the professor, Clare, she looked up at us and said, look to your left, look to your right. One of those two people is going to fail this class. And I didn't realize they were both looking at me. I was a terrible student, but I was pretty smart, had high aptitude, I could finesse my way through high school, and I thought that was going to get me where I needed to go, but I was wrong. Because I was on the varsity basketball team, my coach told me I was suspended from practice, and I had to go see a learning strategist before I could come back. I said, I'm from the hood, what is a learning strategist? I have no idea what you're talking about. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I go meet with this lady and I sit with her, and I'm like, obviously really enthused to be here. And she says, take me through your process. What do you do in a lecture? I'm like, I don't know. I like to sit there like everyone else and I write all the notes and then I leave the class. And she goes, well, how's that going for you? I'm like, I'm filling the class lady. Like, why do you think I'm here? She's like, you know, after talking with you a lot, I think you're an oratory learner. So I think you need to approach class a little bit differently. I'm like, what is an oratory learner? Well, you know, you seem like you probably do better just listening to retain information than trying to write the notes feverishly and then figure out what you wrote down. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to go to class, and I don't want you to bring it in. I just want you to listen. And as soon as class is finished, I want you to write down everything you remember, because that's probably the most important piece. So I'm like, okay. So here I am, one of the few black kids, of course, on campus, and I'm walking into my class, the only black kid in most of my classes. Now I have no book bag. So of course, I'm a varsity athlete. We're elitists. I'm wearing my Rams tracksuit. I'm super cool. I'm really popular, and I have no book bag. And everyone's looking at me like, this guy's not serious. And I'm actually like, I'm not sure if I'm serious either. But it really changed my academic career. I started to retain information a lot better. I did what you said. I took my notes after. I got back on the court just in time for our road trip to get slapped by 40 at Carleton. In fairness, it was in the middle of their really hot streak, so I still have that. Anyone from here? Okay, good. And I still can't see that logo. And I look back on this experience, and I really think about academic engagement and retention for kids who look like me. Of course I'm an oratory learner. I'm Afro-Caribbean. We come from communities who weren't given paper and pen. You guys didn't give us that. Now you're going to hold it against me that that's not the way that I learned. Why is this the first time I'm hearing about learning styles?
Why is this the first time the system is being challenged to teach a student athlete in a different way than what works for the majority of the kids in the class? Why is this the first time I'm finally learning that the way that I've been going through this life, this bubble, and this cocoon, probably isn't going to get me through school? So we talk about Black and racialized and Indigenous student athletes. We talk about your experience in getting into post-secondary. We talk about your experience in academic engagement and retention, which leads to further retention for all of you in your athletic departments and other teams. And then we talk about progress after that. We talk about the skills that you're supposed to gain under the care of all of us in this room that you're going to take to the next level. But if not for that Black coach who pulled me aside and said, what you're doing is not enough, if not for that learning strategist who pulled me aside and said, you're doing this all wrong, I probably am not sitting here in front of you today. Because the system was ready to treat me like the statistics that you're all way too familiar with and spit me out after that first semester because I couldn't get through stats. Now fast forward to meeting Marika 6 years ago, and we were desk buddies, we sat beside each other. And on my first day of work, Marika opens her computer, she's a researcher, and opens SPSS. I almost quit my job.
Okay, so I'm gonna get the mic first. All right, it's on.
No, little button.
Perfect. So I'm going to start by just giving a bit of a breakdown of the community engagement and social impact ecosystem at MLSE so that we can all understand the different pieces and how they're fitting together when we start talking about some of the initiatives with OUA that we're getting into as MLSE. So within that community and social impact vertical, we have community and sport programming. So that's our for-profit youth sport program where we run camps and clinics for youth that are paying money in collaboration with our 4 teams. Then we have MLSE Foundation, our first charity. So that organization exists a lot to raise money to fund initiatives in the community, like MLSE Launchpad, and then also to grant out to sport for development organizations, grassroots organizations across Ontario, also to build courts, to refurbish courts in community spaces around Ontario, and to run our signature programs in our 4 course floors in different communities where you face barriers to positive development. Finally, we have an MLSE Launchpad, which some may have visited. If you haven't, you should come down sometime. It's an incredible sport for development facility in downtown Toronto, not far from Scotiabank Arena, where we provide sport for development programming to about 10,000 youth facing barriers every year from age 6 to 29. So my team, the research and evaluation team, we are responsible for program evaluation, research partnerships, and tech and innovation involving all of these different areas with the ultimate goal of exploring and increasing the positive impact of youth sport initiatives in the pro sport corporate social responsibility space. So that's where we're at. We all take a sport for development approach, which means that youth may be there for sport, but they're going to get a side of life skills development with that. Or youth may be coming to us because they're looking for an employment opportunity. They're also going to get more physically active as a result of their engagement with us. So, we program under 4 different interconnected pillars, which are healthy body, healthy mind, ready for school, and ready for work. All of that is done in a sport for development fashion where there may be some learning activities that take place in a seated position in a classroom, but there's always going to be an on-court component, and we're using sport as both the hook and the context for the development of skills that youth are going to need to become a Justin Bobb in their future. So we're working with the Justin Bobbs. We're working with those who didn't have the opportunity to be a Justin Bobb, the youth who face barriers. And a conversation, working at MLSE Launchpad, the conversation has come up. Well, do we exist to serve youth who are in elite sport, which would include, youth sport athletes, student athletes? Do we exist to serve youth who are already experiencing a certain amount of success and privilege that's allowed them to get into this sort of position and context? And we, Justin and I, who Justin used to work together with me at Launchpad, have always argued that yes, these are youth who do face barriers to positive development. So this is something that we started to explore in conflict at times with our parent company that is wanting us to serve, youth that are not engaged, to get more kids into sport, to bring more youth into the sports. But we started meeting with some of the PSOs, we started meeting with some of the NSOs, asking them if there were gaps in what the youth that they were working with were getting from their coaching, from the context that they were in? And the answers were, across the board, yes. Youth in these, elite teams and in university sports were struggling with mental health. We're not developing life skills. We're graduating having no idea what they were going to do with their lives. We're not graduating, or we're struggling to move on after completing their university career or after leading an elite team in their early 20s. So we, started thinking about this years ago, thinking about how can we do what we do best, which is support positive youth development through sport with youth that are already highly engaged in sport, where it's not a learn to play, it's not a physical literacy development opportunity, which is also incredibly important to us, but it's, how can we use what we know and what we've learned through our years and years and years of research and experience in the field with youth facing barriers to better serve youth in more elite contexts. So then, recently, the racism in the OUA report comes out. So of course, being a researcher in the youth sports space, I read this report hungrily and am unsurprised, but very excited to finally see someone putting some data behind some of these things. So MLSE Foundation, we do an annual Change the Game research report that looks at, it's sort of an Ontario-wide youth sports census looking at access, engagement, and equity issues in the youth sports space across Ontario. But beyond that, this was one of the first research reports that we had seen that really used race-based data in a powerful and rigorous way. So we were very excited to see that work, and it gave us a lot of fodder to move forward, to initiate some conversations with John and Justin and those on the corporate side and those with the teams about how we can better serve this population, how we can bring some of that healthy body, healthy mind, ready for school, ready for work ethos to better support racialized athletes within OUA. And we'll get into some of the initiatives that we have planned coming forward, but that's sort of just my introduction to the issues and how we're approaching them.
This job, this space, this field, it's a lot of work. I didn't realize that. I was very much from an operations background. Like I said, I launched a team and an organization. So when I got a call that said, hey, and truthfully, I probably put myself in this field by sending my own Jerry Maguire email in the middle of the night to the CEO saying our organization needs to do better. And then I'm pretty sure on a town hall I may have told Sai he needs to do better. But she finally called me back and said, well then come do it. And I found myself in this position of, I wanted change, I wanted a platform, and I felt like I had one through sports, through the Raptors, through Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment, we all know is the juggernaut here in the country. And I thought, well, if I can only use my platform to impact and invoke change, then maybe I'll be contributing to society a little bit more. And when I got offered the job, I kind of said, well, I'll tell you what, guys, I'll do my current job, but I'll just kind of do this stuff as well. Shouldn't be that hard. Right? Let me continue to run the G League team, and when you guys need me, call me, and I'll handle some of this social justice stuff, and we'll all be okay. And our general manager, Bobby, said, no, I don't think it's going to work like that. I think this is a full-time job. And I've not only come to realize that not only is there going to be issue after issue that continues to arise, but it's also about my own personal journey. It's about how much more I had to go and learn in order to genuinely show up for the communities that I'm trying to help. I didn't know much. I have a lived experience as a black man, but I didn't know much about some of the other things that other people were going through. Indigenous community, pride community, women. I had to go and learn, take courses, read books, and that learning is constant. It's never going to stop. There's too many perspectives in order for us to shape ours and get a better understanding of how I can show up in this line of work. And I share that with everybody because there's no quick fix to this. If all of you are here in the room talking about a road to anti-racism, or a road to any kind of reconciliation, it isn't one conference, it isn't one course, it isn't one book. We all have to constantly trying to evolve and grow in this particular space. As I started in my first year, it was always something. It didn't matter if it was the next black murder that was happening across the border. It didn't matter if it was anti-Asian hate that was taking place here in Ontario. It didn't matter if it was, the discovery of unmarked children graves for Indigenous youth that was happening every day. We were learning something more, and we were trying to address it, especially as trying to be a leader in this space, and you're constantly spinning and trying to get ahead of whatever you can. and try to find some direction. Where do we stand? What's our position? The amount of people that are raising their hands, especially over the last couple of years, saying, can you help? Can you support? Can you invest? What can you do? And at some point, we almost have to figure out what we can and can't do. So I remember after that first year, I thought we'd done a pretty good job. We made some great investments in youth. We supported an all-women's broadcast. We lowered the flag and brought recognition to the residential schools that kind of went viral and nationwide. And I kind of remember Masai going great, so like, what else are we doing? Just like, all right, well, we're going to have to just keep going. And I say that to everybody here from a perspective of, and I think Shawn was mentioning, this goes deep. And then you got to be able to say that you're committed to this. You got to be able to say that you want to affect change. With any and all of the platforms that each of you have, the athletic directors here, some coaches on the badge of your shirt, some of you are students, whatever platform you can help. I don't care if it's your social media account. I don't care if it's when you're talking at your team meeting. I don't care if you're having a business meeting. You have an opportunity to affect change. And at some point, I think we're here to say, how can we help? So let's start with that. How can we help all of you here in the room in your journey as you advance forward? Any questions? Any thoughts?
I think it's really helpful to see not only the sort of the initiation of these procedures and of these protocols and practices, but also the process and not just the outcome. I feel like a lot of times when big corporations and companies that are supposed to be kind of our yardstick start to do these things, they say, oh, well, here's something that happened, we're going to do something about it, and here's the outcome. But we never see sort of the in-between stuff and the process, and not only the successes that have happened, but also the failures and the backtracking and the revamping that has to happen. And I think that is almost the most beneficial aspect, because when we're all collectively working through it, there's a certain level of reassurance that comes with knowing that, a massive corporation like the Raptors had to do the same things that, a small PWI in Eastern Ontario has to do, and start to see that we're using the same process or a similar process and putting our own spin on it.
No, I appreciate that. I think when you speak to the process, probably one of the greatest lessons that I or we have learned is how you involve the people that you're trying to help. The Indigenous community has a saying that says nothing about us without us. And we broadened that. If we're going to do something around youth, and we've been having this conversation over the last couple of weeks about a youth summit that we'd like to host in August. And immediately our corporate leaders were like, well, we should talk to them about this. Well, what do they want to talk about? Does it not matter if we're going to have a youth summit that we hear the youth voice, as opposed to continuing to tell youth what they should and shouldn't be doing, where they should and shouldn't be? So we sent out a poll, and they were engaged, understanding, yes, that they're going to get to have an opportunity and a platform to talk to these major corporations and civic spheres and professional teams, but there are issues on their mind. Like kids are smart, and they have experiences, and they want to talk about their experiences. If we're going to go and we're going to impact the Black community, ask them how we can show up and how we can help. It isn't just about saying, well, I guess they need help with more basketball courts, so we should build more basketball courts. They might not want that, right? So really the process for us, when we talk about it, really starts with talking to people about how they can be involved, what they'd like to see, and what kind of change they're looking for, so that we can guide ourselves. We should be supporting them.
Yeah, I was quickly touch on that one before we go to So I want to say that, you said you see the outcome, and I think we do see the outcome in a sense in terms of we see what happened, like what activity was performed. But in terms of seeing the outcome, as in seeing the change that has occurred as a result of the initiative, I don't think we're there yet in the pro sport sector, where we are truly sharing the outcomes of these types of initiatives with the community. And that's the work that we're really collaborating to do together. But so work in progress, even on our end, but I would challenge all to, think of outcomes not as the product or the deliverable, but about, an outcome is about change, and what changed, like from before you did it to after you did it.
You asked what you could do. Please don't take this as a criticism. It's just for feedback and suggestion. Think outside the GTA. I've heard of Launchpad, but living in Ottawa, working in Kingston, never had the opportunity to see it. I know the Raptors many, many, many years ago, brought a training camp to Carleton, but we've never seen anything since in any of our communities. Raptors are Canada's team, FC is Ontario's team, and we see awesome stuff being done in the GTA, but we don't get any of that.
Yeah, I was going to say that is an important and powerful comment, and I think it's where we're just really branching into everything that we do is evidence informed. Like we really are a very data-driven organization. Our data to this point, up to I'd say the last year or so, has primarily been GTA-based data. We're now at the point where we're collecting that Ontario-wide data to really understand what the needs are in different communities, in different pockets of the province, in different demographics, within different geographical locations at a very minute level, so that we can start to design those types of evidence-informed initiatives, like what we're doing in London, or the court we're building in Shigwenda First Nation in Northern Ontario this year. But yes, quite taken.
Yeah, no offense, Nikki. Thank you for raising that. And thank you for the first question too. And I like how you slipped in BWI for a couple of hours and bringing the heat. It's a fair criticism. I think what we are trying to do is move away from marketing activities and move to impact and outcomes. So to kind of that first question with your comment, Marika's understating a lot of the impact that she brings to our organization. We get celebrated for the tweet. Nobody asks us about the effective change for the end user's life. And I think that's what we're really trying to focus and hone in on. We have an accountability and responsibility to impact communities all across this country, and an intention to do that as well. However, we are really trying to start in our own community with the demographics we know are furthest away from the opportunity, with the demographics that are oftentimes not being heard. So we're not making geographical decisions about whether we do or don't go to certain communities or neighborhoods, but we're trying to look at the impact and effective change we can have on these young people's lives. And we know that popping up for a one-day camp or a one-weekend training camp or a picture is influential. It does create a spark. It might give you interest. It might, give you that passion. But we know sustainable long-term impact is what we're looking for. And we're frankly challenged to figure out how to scale that. So we'll take that criticism and kind of ask for your support, because you're representing most of Ontario today, but your league represents the whole province. How do we partner with your athletic departments and get out into the community to do these things together? Because we want to do that, but we know we can't do it sustainably in every community. So thank you for that. No, please bring the hard questions and comments as we're here.
So just to piggyback on all of this, I wear lots of buckets in the coaching from community to university to program stuff, and football, rugby, a couple of things. And I think what everyone's even touching on, so you're asking one thing, is honestly coaching, just coaching development, right? One of the hardest things is all of us, especially as coaches that are in the community, we don't get paid for it. Even at a university level, you don't get paid for it, so it's time commitment. In fact, you have to pay to be a coach. So the coaching development, not just in Toronto, but in the whole. The good thing about MLSE is you guys have the largest outreach. You have hockey, you have rugby, you have hockey, you have soccer, you have basketball, you have football. You have the resources to create these coaching development plans and branch out to other coordination. So on the rugby aspect, we have Rugby Ontario, and it's a disaster. It honestly is. But it encompasses all of rugby for the whole world. So when you reach to that and help with the development of coaches, those coaches are then going to build community coaches, which build community athletes that then lead it. And they can, everything you guys are trying to do, they can do it in those small, little, tight-knit communities for you. Reach out there. But if they at least have one resource to go to at the beginning, not just in the Toronto area. So for example, down here, I can tell you I'm an Argos fan. And all I see is Hamilton Ticats people everywhere, and it drives me back. I'm from Brantford, and we get Ticats people come in, this and that, and I don't even want to talk to them because I'm so spiteful. But the reality is we're close enough. When I coached in London for football, there's no one. There's not even, right? And everyone knows the Argos and knows the Ticats, but just getting to those community coaches and those level of simple things like this, just coming and talking to things, like I think you guys are on the right track, but doing it for everything, not just this, just everything to do with coaching.
Yeah. No, it's a fair point. I think I coached in the OCAA for 12 years, so I hear your comment, I feel you, looking at all the 80s in the room, you hear that, pay your coaches. Systemically, like, I'm making a joke about paid coaches, but, you know, for people who don't go into those annoying director meetings on campus where your AD is fighting for any sense of budget to come back to athletics because the dean of students or the president thinks it's extracurricular and it's not important, doesn't understand the way that athletics can engage and retain kids who look like me. But I'd also say, on the other end of that, not compensating coaches makes it a lot harder to get the diversity you say you want in your coaching staff. So as long as the unpaid labor of the house is held predominantly by women, they can't coach. If my wife doesn't stay home with our 2 kids in the evening, I can't go to practice every night. And we're both working for free, but we gotta make choices about what we do with them. So I leave that as a bit of a challenge for the administrators in the room to go back to your table when you're fighting for the athletics, when you talk about the diversity you say you want to hear this story about a really famous general manager who started off as an intern and was a stick boy and did it for free and then got on the bench and volunteered and I said, well, it must be really nice. This person's parents wasn't paid for everything. Wish I could have done that. So I think that's a great challenge. On the coaching side, so not to cop out, and you can cheer for the Ticats, no one's perfect. Just keep taking your best players. But the thing is there are marketing boundaries that all of our teams are bound by. So we're not allowed to represent the Argos in this community. It's illegal. So even if we wanted to, we can't. And it's out of respect for the team and the community, but also there's just rules about how far we can go. Because a lot of this work used to be marketing. We are now trying to do social impact work. So I'm like, you could put a Hamilton logo on it if you want. I don't care who this kid likes. I want this kid to get into sport and unlock their true potentials through sport. I don't care what team they cheer for, but there are still rules for drama. Even the rappers. They don't follow most of them, but they're also bound by something. On the coaching development side, like, we'll take that challenge, but I want the OUA to step up too. I don't want the OUA to put out a report and then sit back. I don't want McMaster to host this and then sit back, and the rest of you to sit back. We're not coming to see you. We are pro sport, and yeah, we make a lot of money, but we work for shareholders. We're a for-profit business, and people have to remember that too. So I put the challenge right back out. We're happy to be at the table with any stakeholder who wants to be with us, but we also aren't going to show up to saving these communities. We expect to see the schools step up. We expect to see the leagues and conferences step up. That's what we need to see as well. So we're at the table. You're going to hear from Sabrina after us. She'll be much better than us, don't worry. And we're looking at what we can do to invest in the work that's happening. But we also aren't prepared to show up and allow people to let us come and take the labor on and do the work for them as well.
The anti-racism report opened a lot of eyes, I gotta say. There was always the stigma that we couldn't show up. With a professional team, we can't come and start working with colleges. It's gonna work on eligibility, that's gonna be infringement, that's gonna be competitive advantage. And yet, I think we all started to see we gotta figure out a way that we can support all of you in your respective schools and institutions, but also higher at the OUA level, right? At an advocacy level that we can come and sit at the table and say, do better. Do more, invest more. The coaches need to get paid. The coaches need to be the pipeline to our future coaches. There's no reason why the coaches here at the OUA level shouldn't be working and aspiring and learning and developing to become the Argos coaches one day. And we should be looking across the border to do that all the time. And yet that has been the good old boy way of doing things, and we're here to try and change it. And not circumvent any rules, there could be a young man or a young woman who's looking to play at McMaster, and all of a sudden they blow up and we're looking to draft them, and all of a sudden everyone's like, well, that's not fair. So there is some intricacy, some delicacy on how we maneuver, but you're absolutely right. And I think what we've identified is talking to those coaches associations, talking to those athletic directors, talking to these governing bodies that we can sit down and say, if we are all trying to grow the game, it doesn't matter which one of the games it is in this country, then it's time to invest. It's time to change the way you do things. And we've got the research, the data, and the experience to understand how much it needs to change. So you're right, the criticism is great, and it's what brings us here today. And that's why we're sitting so far away from you guys. So, conflict, but it's what brings us here today to be able to say, we want to be a part of the conversation, and we want to know how we can help.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no.
Just building on the comment there, like the question of what we can do. I want to say, I think, I hear the idea of expanding the reach and this side. When I think about the marketing effort that historically has happened around these issues, it has landed with a thud with both equity observing groups and people who are engaged in equity social justice work. Where it's like that, they're full of it. So I think you moving to this model of substance and impact is critical, both for the impact and to pull us in better directions, as an example. And so I think that's critical to get it right here where you can. And have the impact before you go out. I think your call back to us to say how do we get involved in the network of things is important. But it's something that shift to substance has been noted. There are people doing this work in the community, and sport does not have a good reputation of doing impactful work. We do the marketing push, we do the risk evaluation list, and it's not substantial. I think people know that. So I want to applaud you. Say, well, you have growing substance is critical. And the other thing I want to learn is the truth telling. I think you have a platform from Messiah or Bobby or Fred Van Fleet or whoever, when they speak the truth to these issues, because it's really powerful. And I'm followed up with the substance that you're bringing. Now we've got something where sport people cannot deny the issues, turn away from the reality of things, and that's been really powerful. You uniquely have the power in our world to do that because eyeballs are on Fred and Messiah. So that's been really powerful. And it goes back continuing to connect with the substance. I applaud it, but I also get involved. We're working in Toronto, so we feel good about MLSE not passing back the corner on that team. But I want to see it and the substance is really good.
Yeah, do I have that up there?
So, my role as university sport and athletic business, I talk to the students when they're playing every battle and stuff like that. So a lot of the time, you ask them what you want to go up to school and stuff like that, and so they have an idea of things that they want to do, but they're not sure because they don't have any experience in that field. So I always say to them, my advice to them is always, if you know anyone in that field, reach out to them. So I think even maybe just awareness of like maybe internship opportunities or things like that. Like that's great, like where there's a partnership with like MLSE, where like maybe a hub where there's all these opportunities that are listed for students to get involved in something or an organization. Where we can direct them as staff to say, check out this, check out this website or this platform, and what's all the data that's up and something that may be there for you for your career or whatever it is, or experiences. So I think it's really great for staff or basically directors to help that.
Yeah, that's appreciated. And I think after we hear the next couple of folks that had their hands up, I'll take a second to describe a couple of the initiatives that we collaboratively designed in response to what we read in the OUA report.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation around unpaid labor, specifically in this industry. For myself, I came from the University of Windsor. I did an internship with a store organization along with a lot of my colleagues. What we all found as we looked for internships was that the majority of them are either unpaid or severely underpaid for the living expenses that you need to just to live in the city for that internship. So there's many of my colleagues that went from Windsor to Toronto, still had to pay tuition, they're getting paid under $500 a month, had to pay rent, had to, all their living costs and stuff like that. So the reason why I want to highlight this is that there's always a notion of, what is the value of internships and that sort of stuff, but I truly believe that internships, unpaid internships, create a systemic issue with there's only certain demographics that can go into these placements. Then once they're in those placements, they're the people who have the work experience, which is desired from employers. And it's some of our major organizations in the sport industry offer these unpaid internships. And it's just the norm that we've adopted in the whole sport system. I think that's something that we, as kind of people in this space, in the academic space, need to understand and address that it's great to open up an opportunity for a student to learn, but if they're not being paid for the fruits of their labor, then that right away starts to create an inequality, because not every student can step into an unpaid position.
You'll hear no pushback from us up here. As a company, we are still growing in that area. We are now paying, I think it's been 2 years now, we've been paying for all of our internships, which is a much needed step on our part. But the point taken is still a long way to go for all of us. And the jobs are in markets where it's not affordable to live, so it makes it really, really challenging.
Hey, the three of us don't live in Toronto. We have pretty good jobs, but we can't afford to. Frankly. So, and I would just say that an interesting thing that we're seeing now with the sizable community initiatives that we're running in downtown Toronto and elsewhere in the GTA is that that's become an alternative path of entry for youth to get into the MLSE ecosystem and then get full-time, permanent, sustainable positions with room for advancement is through coaching positions at MLSE Launchpad, coaching positions in some of our community programs. And yeah, that's something that we're building out with OUA as well to create some dedicated positions for graduating OU athletes to enter the MLSE ecosystem through that path. And we've seen last year, we saw 23 youth move through hourly staff positions into careers within our ecosystem, not through internships, but through part-time paid positions, which is a more accessible avenue for learning. So I know we had someone here. Oh, somebody hands way over here.
No, I'm sorry. Quickly, just maybe being a little more specific. I think what's happening now is the world is changing, the community is changing, the people that you want to be interns are changing. They're no longer accepting those internships at that day. They're no longer accepting those low-paying internships. MLSE had to do its own research going right into the pandemic and realized that the $75 a week that we were paying everybody, we weren't getting top-tier candidates. So now we're just investing in people that, yeah, sure, these people might afford and be able to take this internship, but they're not staying with us. They're actually going somewhere else. So as you mentioned, we're trying to create these opportunities as a pipeline into our organization, but because we're severely undervaluing people, they don't want to stay with us in the first place. It starts as a collective force here that says, no, we don't accept that anymore. And so we had to go back and change our internships to be able to pay people in ways that they could move to Toronto, whether they're coming from Ottawa, whether they're coming from Winnipeg, so that they could stay for a couple of months, learn, and actually grow their careers at a level that pays them enough. And we can't do things the way we used to anymore. And we had an opportunity where our head coach came and said, look, I want to have a coaching assistant program. Not an assistant coach, but a coaching assistant program. I want a bunch of kids out of university to come here, wipe the floors, rebound, and get hit on hard screens and be happy about it. And we just thought, fine, coach, we can find those everywhere. And he's like, they're not going to get paid, they're going to grind, because that's the way it goes, and that's the way it's always gone. I was like, no, that's not the way it's going anymore. We will pay these kids to come show up. And we will let them know whether, again, it's a part-time job or whether it's something that they can afford to then go back to school afterwards, or they can at least take the GO bus into the OBO Center to come practice. But the days of this is the way you earn your stripes, and this is you put in your blood, sweat, and tears until you die, and then maybe you might do something. We're not doing that anymore. And I think that's the point around how we manage and maneuver our platform to change things. And we're going to say, well, we're not going to do that anymore. And hopefully that spreads to other people as well, and saying they don't want to.
And the more we have the data to back up those decisions, the better we're able to make a case to our, up the chain, which is very important for us. So, and just quickly before I, go to right shirt here. So, initiatives that we are planning in collaboration with OUA that, after that report came out, I got these guys on a call to talk about what can we do to respond to some of the, very compelling data that was presented in that report. And so in this upcoming fiscal year, starting July 1st, we're also planning to launch a fellowship program for recently graduated OUA student athletes that would be a 3-month, full-time, fully paid employment opportunity to get exposed to different areas with MLSE and make those connections. A coach training program, that's an 8-week program that would be like in the May and June after the students graduate to develop coaching skills to hopefully move on and to facilitate those connections into an employment opportunity following that 8-week program. And then finally, creating those dedicated staff positions within our community sport initiatives for current and recently graduated OU athletes. So that's coming down the pipe this year, and back to you.
Just quickly, I'm so thrilled to hear about the grassroots piece. I have been privileged this past year to work in the varsity side of the house and in the recreation side of the house, so I've learned the secrets of both. And I think we as an industry have forgotten that grassroots is where everything starts. It's not just your athletes, it's your coaches, your officials. And I believe there's an opportunity within your program to not just develop athletes, not just to say, how do you go to university and be an OUA athlete, but sport develops all these wonderful skills, these life skills, these personal growth and development skills. And I fear for the people that brought through from grassroots and all these kids who are told, you're going to be the next star. They're not selected at the university level, and then they drop completely out of sport. I run a monstrous international program. I have space for all of them. We're talking about jobs. I have jobs. I will train them. So if there's components and messaging inside your program that says, this is for life, sport is for life, and we use the sport for life model, then we are actually building better people that could stay in the sport, be that community coach, coach their kid, coach somebody else's kid. If they don't want to coach, they can officiate. But we have a place for you in whatever sport you choose. And I think that's an important message from the grassroots up.
Okay, right back. Right.
So tying in a little bit to what you were just saying there with job opportunities, and it's all about recent graduates and that kind of thing. And this is maybe the question to John a little bit more because on the basketball side, but on the basketball side, with the NCAA system, you have to do your one-year college and then you can go. What do you think, I guess, your perspective on that relationship between what the pro side of sports is doing and saying about how you get to those levels, and how, I guess, is that promoting, is it helping, is it hurting our recruitment and retention efforts to actually get these kids to post-secondary education and to stay there and stick it out? Because some that are coming, they're not staying, they're not going to get a previous job. Like, how does that whole, how do you see, I guess, the pro sport, like, is there a role for pro sports in helping us recruit and retain at our level?
Yeah, without crossing that barrier of helping you guys too much to the point where we're helping ourselves, I think we have to. How we are developing, whether you stay within your 4 years of college or whether you leave college early, to come and continue to develop that athlete. I think we've got to have a collective effort in saying these athletes need to continue to develop. They need to continue to learn how to fix their college degrees or how they continue to look at all of the opportunities in front of them. I'm not one to say that, a young gentleman who came from an impoverished area that shouldn't leave and go to school because he needs to support his family. I have to appreciate and understand that. But what are we doing for him before he breaks his ankle and can't play anymore? And then the NBA does have a very great system with respect to how they bring in their rookies, the development that they put them through, even through the G League and their impact team, and how those young individuals go through development, learning, life lessons, education. I think we've got to show a model that we continue to say that this is important, so that regardless of whether or not the student athlete decides he wants to leave and go to the professional level, or he wants to stay here within an academic institution, the message is you've got to continue to learn and grow and develop yourself, no matter where you go. You've got to have a backup plan. You've got to have an A plan that is beyond just playing basketball, because basketball is short-term. It is short-lived. So even if we're talking to you as a rookie about what you want to do once you're out of basketball, again, I hate to toot our horn, but we've created an accelerator program at the Raptors. Your first 1 to 4 years are so regimented, it's almost like being on campus here. And I don't care what hour of the day you are, we've got life coaches, we've got meditation time, we've got when you need to go to bed, because those first 4 years are so crucial in shaping not only the rest of your career, but we're already going to start talking to you about post-career and what you want to do, where you want to be, how you want to grow your brand, what kind of areas of your career you're excited to get into. So for us, we're creating a system that's very mirroring of what would happen in school. And the attention that they would get, the scheduling that they would get, the guidance that they would get in the institution. So I think we've got to work together to deliver a common message that says it doesn't matter what path you take, this is the focal.
Pink sweater. And folks that want to speak, please keep your head up while someone's speaking so I can just speak notes as well.
I think the people in this room at their respective institutions over the last 4 years have done a good job with education and of our athletes and our coaches in terms of trying to make sure that they have the information that they need. Do you have any recommendations about how we then kind of roll that out into our community? I know that a lot of the institutions are partnered with, for example, at our institution, our junior Griffin program, almost all of the sports teams in the city of Guelph are under our umbrella. So do you have any recommendations about how we can kind of help them with the education that we've already kind of passed on to our athletes and our coaches?
Well, only because I know the work that your team's doing, Scott said hi. I think it takes a first step for your department to take an honest look at yourself and if you're reflective and representative of the community. And they won't answer that earlier question, but for me, equity work, the questions I ask are, who's benefiting from this? Who's missing from the table? So if your predominantly white athletic department is trying to reach out to kids in the community, and you don't look like us, and you don't have the cultural competency or nuance of understanding how to engage with us, probably not going to go that way. That doesn't mean fire all the white people, but that means there's a necessary cultural competence that we all need to continue to grow. And it's different in different markets, depending on what those communities around your institution look like and the background that they might come from. But my challenge to you is to say, like, who are those young people and what cultural competencies do you have, or where are you having some gaps that you can help to fill, so that when you reach out to them and get them onto your campus, they feel like it's a place that they want to be.
Yeah, and I would add that from a data perspective. You know, I'm assuming you got the bases covered. It's safe, it's social, it's fun. This is what you want to see in a program. That's what's going to keep them coming back. And then on top of that, does the organization respect their culture? And are there indicators of that? Are there coaches that are representative of their identity? This is very important to youth from different marginalized groups.
Are you cutting us off? I was there. Oh, Keennan's hanging over us. Sabrina's looking at it like.
So first of all, thank you so much for this discussion. It's been very insightful. So I'm wondering with anti-racism work and social justice work, often you kind of touched on this, in order to get to the outcome, deliverable part takes time. So I was wondering if you have any suggestions for, I guess, maintaining the buy-in or the engagement from stakeholders. Because that turnaround rate isn't so quick, and I think there's often that pressure to show outcomes and deliverables right away. So how do you maintain that buy-in until we can produce that?
Make sure you got to make sure you include some short-term outcomes that are going to deliver in the short term, right? Whether that's change in knowledge, skills, attitudes, behavior, things that take 6 months to change, that don't take 2 years to demonstrate measurable change on. You got to include both those short and long-term outcomes. Happy to follow up. Find me on LinkedIn. We can talk.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the same thing, like do something imminent. Take some action right now. There's something you can do, right? Because the community is looking and saying, all right, everyone was talking about change a year and a half, 2 years ago. All right, what are you doing? And it's easy to hide behind, oh, the systemic change takes a really long time, and to get to sustainable outcomes takes a really long time, so just sit back and be patient. Some of us have been patient for hundreds of years, so I'm not looking to sit back and watch. I want you to do something now. So that's where I go back to talk to the community, talk to those people that you're trying to help, and ask them, what does it look like? Have that conversation that explains, okay, well, like this is going to take a little longer than maybe something over here, but if there's something we can do, let's do it. And I think those short-term outcomes that you're talking about, they build towards the long-term goal.
Consumer patterns are shifting, and even for Queen's University, consumer patterns are shifting. So tap into your student voice. Help your student body to articulate their desires, amplify those voices to your leadership. Because they're the ones paid for all of us to have jobs.
Yeah.
And if kids stop applying to your particular school because another school is speaking, better to them, there goes money. So I believe that equity work is the right thing to do, but I also think it's a revenue imperative. And I think sometimes if you're dealing with a leadership group who maybe doesn't get the touchy-feely side of it, you have to start to articulate the financial implications of not being more diverse and equitable to a lot of different groups. Because regardless if most of your student body is white, this is not just a race-based issue. Equity work has to be intersectional. You can't just think about the color of your students' skins, right? Like you could be white from Toronto or Jamaica or England or Australia. Your lived experience, your perspectives are very different. So you guys are bringing a lot of white students, but from a lot of different places to your campus who are going to care about a lot of different things. So the more you can amplify their voice and have that voice resonate for your leadership, but they're definitely right. You gotta get some stuff done in the short term where people lose their patience. All the coaches in here know about that. You got 3-year coaching contract, so that is something over time.
Yeah, I feel like all morning I've been kind of the one to break up these really great meeting conversations.
It's full. We're here all day.
Yeah, we're going to stay all day.
I'm going to play that ball again. We are going to go to a break, and I know you guys are sticking around, and we can maybe continue these conversations informally. But before we do that, I want to invite our assistant and basketball coach, David McCullough, to take the floor.
Hi everyone, I'm David McCullough. I'm also an intern in the Athletics and Recreation Department, former member of the men's basketball team here as well. So on behalf of, I think, everyone here, I want to thank you for sharing your insights.
Listen, if this game's not good, we'll call it PT.
I got a lot of so I think we all really appreciate everything you guys brought to this meeting. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Really appreciate it.
All right, guys, we're going to go to a quick break, and back in 10 minutes, 15 calls.
It's a long road ahead to undo, to unlearn all of these things. Since the report as well, I've had kind of, unfortunately, a number of parents reach out to me and sharing their tragic stories of some of their daughters and sons that have experienced racism in their respective teams this past year. And there's still no clear way for them to find out how to better support their son, and athletic departments are still trying to do that. And unfortunately, what we are seeing, and it is at times outside of the GTA, where those instances of racism become more pronounced. And also we see the examples that have within the report, and also
since the report is universities as well with lower, I would say, visible minority populations as well, where that isolation and exclusion happens at a much larger scale. So those are considerations that I'd love for you all to think about as we tackle this topic together. And the reason that so this is kind of a concept paper that we thought about as one of the key outcomes that we think deserved a bit more attention. And that came from the data. So I'll take you through it. And this is kind of the outline. How many of you have read some or been exposed to the report? Great, that's awesome. So I will just briefly go over that and really looking at the myth of resilience and then inhibitors to thriving. So as you know, this report was because of the groundswell of activism. So I don't know if people are familiar with Athletes for Change. One of the things that happened during the data collection is Tejan from Nipissing University connected with a bunch of other student-athlete-led groups on campus to form a coalition as well, and you will see McMaster up there, and a number of other universities represented in the audience that have student leadership group. This is actually also a recommendation that we put forth in the report that can lead to positive change. Supported groups. Now, a caveat with that is that the success often is determined by the support of the athletic department. So within the University of Toronto, they had work-study positions connected to the student athlete groups. They had opportunities for leadership as well, and they also carved out communications material and web pages as well to have a viable group. Now, that's not to say that that wasn't without resistance. And in terms of continuing to face that resistance for these groups to be in existence and to be supported, they are experiencing that as well. Okay, so it's something where this is the collaborative work that can really initiate positive change, and also a place where students can go to for support, feel empowered, and also contribute to social cohesion within the varsity experience. Okay, so the BBI, I know there's a number of people who are on this committee that are in attendance as well. Their leadership, I have to nod my head in terms of their acknowledgement, working with the OUA, and this group is still in existence to really push along equity issues and also develop policies related to race and racism in the OUA. And aside from this past year, OUA did not have any such policy. Okay, so there was really nothing to fall back on when it comes to specifically talking about race. A key also recommendation is developing these policies and having a chain of command of how to handle incidences, because it's still very unclear within athletic departments and also universities as to what happens. Because it is a little bit gray. However, having these policies can help provide transparency and also a way forward. Okay, so we spoke about the report a little bit. I wanted to speak about the visible minorities in Toronto or in Ontario, and what I think is important for people to remember, specifically, this was ignited through Black resistance effort, Black populations, and the resistance efforts of student athletes who identified as Black. So I am focusing, and this paper does focus on the myth of Black resilience. So I really wanted to think about the population of the Black population in Canada. Anybody know what percentage that is? 3.5. Okay, so 3.5% in all of Canada. So where do they mostly reside? What province? Ontario, right. Okay, so we see the population here. If you look, Black accounts for 16.2% of the population. The majority of visible minorities are Asians and South Asians, okay? But 52% of all visible minorities reside in Ontario, okay? And then when you break that down even further, 12% of that 16% identify as both Black and white, okay? And that is important, which I will share later on as well, as we move through it. So it's helpful when we think about, this is again the 2016 census, this is helpful when we think about the data in relation to the report, okay? So you see there, racialized coaches, racialized student athletes, and racialized administrators, and the breakdown overall. And you'll notice in the breakdown white accounts, so we had 5,000 people fill out demographic surveys, right? And then from there, they were able to check off their racial identity. Okay, so that was about 50% compliance across all 20 universities. And you'll notice 72% white, and this kind of aligns with the Ontario data being 30% visible minorities. Right? So you'll see that there. And you'll see biracial 9%, close to the 12, Black 8%, and the rest there. But you'll notice with the rungs as well, the athletes to coaches and administrators, you'll see a little bit of a pattern on which percentages do shrink as you go up the ladder. Okay? As you go up the ladder, the number of visible minorities or racialized coaches, especially Black coaches, shrink. And when you get to administrators, they shrink even more. Okay? And that is findings that are also synonymous with other industries, even within the university as well, in comparison to the student population, the professors, the leadership, same thing. Okay? You don't see a lot of Black or Indigenous or racialized populations represented as profs or as administrators. And Dr. John Joseph just recently did a journal article that studied the demographic data of kinesiology, specifically programs and their professors, and found that data too remains still very, very white. And this was just for GTA or urban-centered universities across Canada. Okay? So that's one thing that we wanted to examine as well. And when we did interviews, and we interviewed over 100 people, and when we also did focus groups, and what we noticed is that there was Black, Indigenous, and racialized coaches. However, the majority of them were volunteer. They received a stipend, or they were assistants. Very, very few were head coaches. Okay, so that's the difference. If you look at the stats too, you say, it's quite a healthy number. You have to dig a little bit deeper and disaggregate the data and say, okay, something else is happening here, and the path towards getting the salary position, something else is, we have to figure out what's going on. Okay, so athlete diversity, only in a few sports. So, I think too, we could guess there's an overrepresentation in particular sports for Black and racialized students. Which sports do you think they are? Anyone take a guess?
Football and basketball.
Football and basketball, one more. Soccer, some? Track. Okay? And which ones have the least? Hockey, squash. But you see sports like tennis, badminton as well. We had a lot of mixed race representation, a lot of Asian representation. Okay? So, when we think about those sports, why is there an overrepresentation in certain sports and not in others? Okay? Can we just say that, what's the reason? Do we point to, well, they don't like that sport, or, they never had an opportunity to play that sport? Yeah.
Infrastructure in relation to where people grew up.
So infrastructure sometimes is mentioned. What else? Cost of equipment. Okay, I'm gonna ask another question. Once you get to an elite level of any sport, is the cost pretty much the same? To play elite basketball versus elite hockey, would you say the cost is pretty much the same? It is. So the cost, once you get to that elite level in any sport, it's an exorbitant amount of cost to play sport. Okay, to travel, the equipment, the extra training, the gym memberships, whatever it is, if you are on that path to an elite athlete, it's expensive no matter what the sport. So that's also a myth that's attached as well, is that people don't play particular sports due to cost. And to entry level, sure. However, to continue on that path, the cost is exorbitant across many sports. It might vary a little bit, but not as much. You have a question, sir?
No, I was going to offer another possible reason why.
Sure, go ahead.
I was dating back many years ago, just when I undergrad, that young black men and women are geared towards sports that are stereotypically black, that they see at a professional level. So they're guided to that direction because that's the sport you play. Or
exactly. Okay, so Carl James, who many of you might have read in your undergrad or graduate work too, studied this phenomenon. All right, and what he found is people go towards sports that they think they should play, where they feel most welcomed, where they feel included, and people are not surprised when they arrive. Okay, so you have, people who are in sports that they're not supposed to be. Guy walks in, he's 4'11", wants to try out for a varsity team. He might get questioned. Okay? And that's a genetic thing, but race plays a factor. Race plays a huge factor in how people are welcomed, guided, pushed, coached, encouraged, everything into sport. And that's what we examined as well. Okay? We examined that, and that's what I want you all to think about as well. And this is a quote from one of the research participants too. Okay, so you have people who are at times playing a sport that doesn't usually have racial representation that they identify with, and it's extremely isolating. Okay, and that is, when you look at the factors of why people leave sport. Okay, is it the coach? Is it injury? Is it social exclusion? Is it racism? Okay, so, and racism is a factor. And you have to think about too, if kids are playing, say, in the GTA, and they're going to Nipissing, or they're going to Thunder Bay, okay, where their experiences within the team, they may be one of few, but their experiences on campus, their experiences off campus, that all contributes to how they feel and their overall experience in university. Okay? Now, how do we deal with that, right? And how do these athletes, how do these coaches and even administrators deal with that when they are the only one? Okay? So, what I wanted to talk about is resilience. Now, I know that word and the narratives attached to resilience is useful. Now, I'm complicating it. I'm not here to say that resilience is not useful or can be a strategy for athletes and for people to use. What I'm asking you to do is to rethink the term and rethink how it's used, and also think about the harm that it causes. That's what I want to do. Okay, so. It symbolizes strength. So in sport too, when someone is resilient, when someone has pushed through injury, are they rewarded or are they punished for pushing through injury? Most often. They're rewarded, okay? If they come off with a win, but they're limping off the field, do they get the glory? They get the glory, right? That's what they get. And you'll see those narratives so many times, even when you watch professional sports. When you watch the Olympics, what do you see? they survived cancer, they survived the death of the father, and then they came and they won gold, and you're there weeping, and you're like, yes, they won, right? So it's something that we're seduced into believing it. We're seduced into actually cheering on these athletes, and rightfully so. They came from a lot, right? So the media does do this, but the costs associated with being resilient are rarely discussed, and that's what I want to chat to you all about is what happens. Now, compounded with that is race. So these are quotes from the research report as well, and it really talks about the durability of Black athletes. So with Kyra, what happened with her is that her injuries, she was expected to push through them, and she wasn't given that care, okay? So she believed that her coach believed that Black athletes were more durable and less prone to being injured, okay? And they jumped higher, faster, but she was injury prone. And then she would get people saying to her, Black girls are just so strong. You are just so athletic, and that it's really hard for you to get injured. So genetically, is it proven that Black populations get less injured than white populations or others? No, that's not proven. And if it is somewhere, it's false. Okay? So same with this one. This one is actually tragic, where the coach listened to the white athlete and said, okay, you go get physio, take time off, but then the Black athlete, you're tougher than this. She was saying that she was exaggerating, and then she ended up having a career-ending injury. Okay? Now, with these two examples, they are attached to Black women and Black women. The archetype, there's 6 archetypes, which I won't go into, but one of them is the superwoman, where they can handle everything. Okay? And we saw even in the pandemic where the treatments, or how they were treated once in the hospital as well, being denied treatment or not believed that they were suffering from pain. Okay? Even within indigenous populations as well, there's research that shows that they are denied painkillers because the doctors believe that they will then use it to abuse the drug. So this is embedded racism that does happen, and with the Black women, you see that they are told to push through and be assumed to be resilient. Okay, so this is some of the research that proves that this is still happening and does happen, and our research report did also find that. Okay, so being able to endure more pain is the myth that is attached to being resilient more profoundly among Black populations. And that also then is connected to the type of supports that they are offered and that they received. Okay, we also found too that there was a lack of kind of empathy and understanding, say for at times, some Black athletes too had to work as well as train, and so they might not have performed in practice, exuding as much energy as well, and then the coach then would assume or not check in or not provide supports or didn't have the capacity, whatever it was, and then sort of denying them to even go on extra training trips or competitions. Okay, so that is also the outcome of stuff that is happening, that is currently happening as well. Okay, so what are the implications of this? What happens? And I've just shared a couple of it, and I want to go on to a little bit more. Okay, so with the top box saying the global perceptions of population inhibits progress. So this is talking about Black legacy. So you see the impacts of colonialism are worldwide. Okay, so when you saw George Floyd, what happened, and you saw a kind of a reignition of global protest, about race and racism and civil rights. Okay, so what is happening within Black populations as well is happening worldwide. Okay, so you saw this kind of resurgence of protests and support for racial injustice. So with the report, one of the things too is that we interviewed all of the 20 athletic directors, and what we did find is that many of them acknowledged that racism was happening, but many of them didn't acknowledge racism was happening until what happened in 2020 and wasn't aware that anything was happening on their campus. Now, do you think that only instances of racism happened during 2020 on athletic campuses? No. Okay, but the lack of awareness then really begs a lot of questions. Okay, if you're not aware of it, you might not have the language to even recognize it, and how is your athletic department even able to handle it if you're just coming into it? Okay, so when we talk about resilience then too, what is the motivation then for athletes who are suffering to then seek help? Because they are expected to be a resilient individual. So then what happens? Additional harm happens. And people don't often talk about the psychological harm that is connected to racism as well, and the cognitive harm that occurs as well. And how many people have heard of the term everyday racism? Okay, so with everyday racism, think about everyday sexism. Okay, when I go out as a woman, I have to think about particular things every day. When I come down and speak in front of you, I have to think about how I'm dressing, how my hair looks, more so than a man would. Okay, I also teach physical education. When I walk into a gym, if I'm getting new students, they're automatically going to assume me as a woman does not know how to play sports or teach phys ed as my male counterparts. When I walk home at night, or if I walk home at night, I have to think about things differently being a woman. The same thing with race. Okay, so there's everyday racism where the daily encounters that people experience contributes to that. And ongoing then, that is where that type of resilience then that you have to build up in order to even function. But it wears you down. It does wear you down. Okay, so when you continue to add all those layers of the coach's expectations, playing through injury, being denied physio, worrying about if you have to worry about economics, all of those things, then the resilience gets pretty complicated. Okay? Acknowledgement, the connection to combine energies to make anti-Blackness visible. So that's the resistance that I talked about. So a lot of times with race, and again I applaud this conference from happening, as well as even naming race and racism makes people uncomfortable. Okay, sexism not so much, but when it comes to race, there's still that kind of we're not ready to talk about it yet. But making it visible, naming what happens, especially as a coach, is really important. The denial, and we had tragically so many stories where athletes would go to coaches and say, hey, this happened to me, this teammate said this to me, this referee did this to me or said this to me, this other coach said this to me, and then nothing happened. Nothing happened after that. The coach didn't know what to do, chose to ignore it, and oftentimes they supported the person who was saying it, excusing it. Oh, they come from a small town. One coach said to a student, they've never been around Black people before, so please excuse them. So these are things that are still happening, and it's something where education and training, as well as an acknowledgement, is critical. Okay? And I talked about global anti-Blackness as well. So today what I really wanted wanted you to do is to rethink how we attach those narratives of resilience, and then how we can then look at our athletes in a way with more compassion and empathy, and acknowledge that more might be going on, and figure out a way to support them. That's it.
I was wondering if you could talk more about the last slide. There was one that you did go into, it's under global expectations of anti-Blackness, because I think organizations do this a lot. The expectation for Black people to make people feel comfortable, especially when it comes to expressing their racism.
Yeah, that's what I talked about. The examples of, say, a coach who, well, and how many people have heard of the term, say, like white fragility? Okay, so with white fragility then, like, and I talked about this kind of discomfort in talking about race, or then people feeling threatened that, you know, you're going to label me racist, or you're not understanding. That's not what I meant. If the person feels that it was an act of racism and it was a behavior that was directed, it's up to them. Okay? If I get a look from a guy, and a guy is really giving me this slimy look, and he's like, oh, I wasn't doing anything, I felt it. So that's on me to determine, too, right? But then if the person is being sympathetic towards the guy, or sympathetic towards the person who did that, that's where we kind of need to shift the position. And a lot of times the reason why the coach did that is because they didn't have the capacity or know how to handle the situation. Many coaches, again, aside from 2020, never address these issues, ever. So that's the thing too, it's kind of this, it literally was this awakening of these issues and these terms, which are complex. Understanding racism is a tough thing to do for people who have no encounters with it, right? And no understanding. Yes?
Going back to the very beginning with the stats from the report, the 73% of white student athlete respondents, was there ever any, and I come from the college sector, so my demographic makeup of my student athletes is very different from the university sector.
Yes, absolutely.
It's almost the reverse.
Yep.
That stat. But was there ever any discussion or concern maybe that racialized students maybe were worried or concerned about filling out the survey, and so that, you know, a percentage of the population actually didn't make it into those stats? Was that discussed at all at your guys' level?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Martin Luther King says, you know, there's some people that could literally sleep through a revolution, right? Like, and so, and I'm sympathetic towards that as well, because, like, you know, me even having 2 kids, once they become aware of the racism that exists, it's not a fun place to be, right? And so, at times, and even specifically for biracial, you had biracial students who were very light, and they identified as Black, okay, but their experiences are very different than the dark-skinned Blacks as well, Black population. So you had where, even at University of Toronto, and some of the other GTAs too, they shared that finding housing was much more difficult for Black athletes with darker skin than biracial athletes with lighter skin, right? So, and then you also have the fear of being labeled a complaint, right? The people who speak up about sexism, racism, ableism, they're not really popular in the university, right? They're seen as disruptors, they're seen as, you know, and the ones that do it is the ones that you kind of have to be diplomatic in how you, et cetera, right? So that inherent risk of engaging in the survey, there was a lot of like cajoling and buying in and talking with everybody about the importance of it. It wasn't an easy like, yeah, I'll fill out the survey. There was a lot of convincing around it as well, 100%. Yes.
Just thank you for bringing up these topics, especially about the so impossible of subordination, like racial people having to conflict their races being removed at a certain table, and all these questions dismissed.
Yes.
Have to navigate those spaces
Yes, it's like we're guests, right? It's like, oh, we should be so humble. Thank you for having us. You know, when it comes to Black and racialized populations in this space, right? So that's the thing too. That kind of, and the discourse is called the humble narrative, right? So I don't know if people have read about that too, and that also comes with like jobs, right? Like being so grateful and thankful for getting a job that you're more than qualified for. And that's the thing. And tokenism is better than exclusion, right? Because no matter what, like if a woman is in a head football coaching job, no matter what qualification that she has, she'll always be questioned. She will always be questioned. And that's the same thing too. No matter what qualifications Black, Indigenous, racialized people have, when they get these positions, they will always be questioned, no matter what. Was it affirmative action? Did they know someone? Did they get it? How did they get in? No matter what, they'll be questioned. So when people think, oh, you know, they're worried about, oh, and the myth around, I feel myself getting heated up. I'll just take a moment to breathe. I'll take a moment. But okay, one of the things that really bothers me is that, oh, we have to hire the most qualified person for the job, right? Like it bothers me to no end, because the automatic assumption is that we would hire a less qualified woman or a less qualified, and whoever is in that position that happens to be a Black, racialized, or Indigenous, or a woman is automatically deemed less qualified. It's my pet peeve. Like pet peeve is a softer word that I'm using, but that's what I'm saying. And then once people are in these positions, the retention as well, right? The retention is not really looked after, and then you see people leaving. Like you see this great resignation. You see women who are like, "That's it, I've had enough," right? And you see, you know, in droves this happening. I think for even, you know, graduating, and we have Black graduation at U of T, and I think McMaster was the first one this year. And you know, there's resistance towards this Black graduation, but like understanding, like 50% of students at Black students at U of T don't graduate. And people are pointing to, oh, they just don't try hard enough. So that's the thing too, all these myths around that, right? So I just, placing importance on these and naming it, like I will die on that hill.
Thank you so much. Again, I work here. I know that I have looked up and down through this before. I'm so happy that we continue having guys in conversation, and that there's some in OUA and all of them.
Thanks for having me.
All right. We made it to the last portion of today. We've had some really great conversations. We've had some really difficult, challenging ones, and really looking forward to this, the end of the program here. I'd like to welcome the Master's Dean of Students, Associate Vice President of Students in Learning. He's also a former OUA athlete. I don't know how this is making part of his bio. He's a former 300-3 basketball teammate of mine, Shawn and Keenan. After introduction, Shawn's going to introduce our panel. Will be moderated by PhD candidate and one of our equity inclusion leads, Sheereen. So Shawn, with you.
Thanks, Steve. You and I also go to the same barbers. Thanks for coming today. I know you've been through a whole agenda today. Speaking for all the brief comments, that was walking over here, was reflecting on, it was almost exactly 2 years ago here at MAC, when we had some things come to light on social media that revealed we had a problem. Certainly it required a lot of action, a lot of reflection to dive into that and truly listen to the voices of our student athletes to understand what they had experienced and are experiencing. And I think there's been tremendous progress made over the past couple of years here at MAC, and your presence here today shows how important it is to you, so thank you for coming. Because obviously, this is not the end of the journey at all, this is the beginning. We've still got a ton of work to do. So hopefully together as a sector, when I look across student affairs and the university sector more broadly, I think athletics can take a real leading role in the sector. So I'll get to the intros here so you can get going. We have three panelists that I want to welcome. Please introduce Alexandria Town, Team Canada wrestler. She has collected an impressive resume of international performances, including Canada's first ever U23 World Championship gold, and 3 Pan Am medals, a gold, a silver, and a bronze. She is a Yorkview alumni, current teacher candidate, and first aid instructor who works primarily with Indigenous community organizations. So welcome to Alexandria. The second panelist, Chris Cheng, is the head coach of the Lancer men's basketball team and just the 6th coaching Rangers program history. In his first season with the Blue and Gold 2019-20, Coach Cheng brought the Lancers back into the playoffs with a 3rd place finish in the OUA West. Prior to joining the Lancers, Cheng served as the first ever head coach of the men's basketball at Nipissing University. In addition to his experience in youth sports and the OUA, Cheng has an extensive resume with both Canadian national and Ontario provincial programs. Welcome. We have Teri Dennis-Davies, the Chief People and Inclusion Officer at Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment, joining the organization in October 2020. As a member of the executive leadership team, Teri has principal oversight of the company's human resources, equity, diversity, and inclusion strategies, including succession planning, talent management, organizational effectiveness, learning and development, and control awards. Welcome, Teri.
Hello, testing. Can you hear me in the back? Awesome. Hi, everyone. So my name is Sheereen. I'm a PhD candidate and also have had the immense joy of being one of 2 equity, inclusion, and anti-racism leads in the department for the past year and a bit. Really excited to be here to share this conversation with these fantastic panelists. And I do just want to let everyone know this is, again, supposed to be very interactive. We're all here to learn. We're all here to share. So by any means, if you have comments or questions or thoughts throughout, feel free to raise your hand. I'll be looking out. We'll all be looking out. But there are a couple of questions that were submitted in advance, so I'm happy to get us started. So the first question that I have is for Alex. So from your perspective, what is the role that leadership plays in achieving EDI goals?
EDI being equity, diversity, inclusion. Equity, diversity, inclusion, and anti-racism. Can you hear me or should I use the microphone?
Microphone's better. Okay, yeah, that's a great question. What role does leadership play? I know for a fact that me being somebody, a person of color, both Black and Indigenous ancestry, I know that people seeing me achieving high levels of success or running wrestling workshops or being an assistant coach, I know that has an impact on up-and-coming wrestlers because they come up to me. I can see their eyes light up. When you see somebody that looks like you or that you can relate to up on the top of a podium or representing at a high level, you can see yourself there in their shoes. So it's important to have, that's why it's so important to have diverse representation in your leadership, and it allows people who are in the younger generation to see themselves being able to achieve the same thing.
Yeah, I pose the same question to the other panelists as well.
Yeah, you know, I think of when I finished teachers college and I interviewed for an LTO position and I graduated in June and I interviewed in July and I got hired. full-time LTO as a phys ed teacher, and I didn't serve one day as supply teacher, not even one. And I was surprised that I got the job. And I didn't realize until a couple days into the school, after I taught all 400 students under, JK to grade 6, that half of the school were Filipino. And when they look at someone like me, they're thinking, well, hey, you're a teacher, you look just like me. And you can believe it or not, how many times there were kids coming into my gym who didn't want to go out to recess, because they just want to hang out with me and learn and just play sports and just ask me questions, or just to hang out or talk to me about what's going on in their home because they feel like they could relate to me. And I didn't really realize it until a couple, weeks, months in. I'm thinking, you know what, I'm having an influence here. Because for me, I didn't see anyone who looked like me in the school system. And now when I was teaching them, even though when I'm coaching now, that there's a greater responsibility that I have, and one that I love to have, to be that person of influence.
So I'm going to approach it from a slightly different perspective, given that I have accountability for both an equity, diversity, and inclusion practice, and also a human resources practice. So when I think about leadership for equity, diversity, and inclusion, the way I describe it to our employees is that there's two levels. One is, as an individual, we all can take a leadership role in advancing equity, diversity, and inclusion. And what do I mean by that? Because we've established a commitment to build the most inclusive culture that we can, so that everyone feels like they belong and feels safe enough to be the best versions of themselves. And from that, you can imagine you'll get the most productive employees, you will get the most productive athletes, and so everyone plays a role in that. And then I also focus on our people leaders, because in the corporate environment, believe it or not, I think there's a McKinsey report that says people managers, so all of you that are coaches, it would be similar, have an impact of up to 46% of an employee's experience. So their day in, day out conversations, interactions with their manager has that much of a profound impact on their overall experience. So if it's a good experience, then they will be the best versions of themselves. But if it's a negative experience, you can imagine the weight of not getting along with your manager. And maybe I've had that experience, maybe some of you have had that experience as well. And so it's really about, how do we demonstrate inclusive leadership capabilities? How do we, first of all, just create the space for people to be the best versions of themselves, and then be the most productive versions of themselves. And that means, simply assessing your interactions to make sure that they aren't biased, right? We all have bias, all of us. But the impact of that bias on key decisions like hiring, like promotion, like compensation, and other key decisions can have a profound impact. So how do you interrupt that bias in your day-to-day interactions with people that look like you and don't look like you? And how do you just deliver a more consistent employee experience? So that's how I typically talk about leadership in this space.
Thank you to all of you for your responses. And I think that discussion on accountability and leadership bridges really well into the next question that I have, which is around allyship. And as I look out and we see all of us who are here, we're willing to learn, we know we all need to do a lot more learning. What is the role of allyship in the work that's being done, and particularly in the work that's being done in the OUA at universities, trying to support student athletes and staff from very diverse backgrounds? I'm just gonna keep setting this across.
I gotta give it to those, I'm gonna give it to those involved in the athletic space first, if that's okay.
Sure. Allyship, yeah. Well, I can share from my experience. Our head wrestling coach at York University, his name's Eamon Dorgan. He's a white man, Irish man. But I will say this, he makes himself known as a very strong ally, of all races, all genders, gender identities. And since he started at the program, I would say he's fostered a very inclusive and accepting safe space where athletes such as myself and our other athletes, young Black women, can feel comfortable expressing themselves, expressing any discomforts that they might have or any stressful things that they're experiencing. So by making himself very outwardly and openly supportive of anybody who might come into that room, he allows everybody else to feel comfortable having a word. There's a difference between actually being a strong ally and just being someone who's going through the motions, going to the mandatory required trainings, right? But actually putting your voice out there and letting people know that you're there to listen and you can provide support or just listen to whatever problem you might have makes a really big difference for having people of different backgrounds feel comfortable and feel safe to participate in the physical activity.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think it's important that first, it's not a label that one should recognize. It should be an action. And those actions come with listening. I've always learned that have big ears and a small mouth. So listening is a big part of it. And also just using your privilege to create platform and to create opportunities for those who've been marginalized. And seeking to other people of privilege to recognize what our privilege is and how we can use that to help those that are marginalized and listen to them and not use our own narrative. I think that's important. Not use your own narrative, but use the narrative of those who've been oppressed and learn from them and listen to them and acknowledge them. And I think that's very important. As coaches, we have to do the same, and it's not easy. It's challenging, but we have to be willing to unlearn and learn. And I think that's the biggest part. And also at the same time, you have to realize that you're going to make mistakes. Leaders will make mistakes. Allies will make mistakes. And it's not going to be perfect at first, but as long as you acknowledge your mistakes and you're willing to learn and how can you move forward, I think that's important.
I think similar to my other panelists, I view allyship as interrupters, right? Allies really interrupt those jokes and those inappropriate comments in the moment. They don't wait. They don't leave their friend sort of hanging. Imagine your best friend is being attacked verbally or physically. You don't wait, in the balance for several minutes to take action. And I know that often we don't view verbal abuse as physical, but it does have physical impacts. And so I think allies, they step in. They don't hesitate. They ask questions about why you make the comments that you do. They seek understanding, but they seek to interrupt. And I think that's an important role to play. It's not a passive role. And we all play it from time to time. And I think the goal is for all of us to take a more active role, as we would do for our family, our friends. When you see something, say something. That's what allyship really comes down to.
Great, thank you all. Again, if anyone has questions, thoughts, comments throughout, feel free to raise your hand and we're looking out into the audience. Next question that I have is for Teri specifically. So can you share with us the EDI and social justice journey that MLSE is on and where they are now in this journey?
Yeah, thank you. So I've been with MLSE for just over 18 months. I joined from RBC, where I had been an executive and an employee for 14 years. So quite a long time in financial services and banking. And this opportunity felt quite unique. I joined in October of 2020. It was a role to stand up an equity, diversity, and inclusion practice in a sports and entertainment organization. Not an industry that I had any exposure to or any any experience directly, nor was I following any of the teams quite honestly, and I did disclose that when I was interviewing. And so it was really about a moment in time to drive impact in my own way. And this was post the murder of George Floyd, and a lot of organizations, MLSE included, had gone through a period of reflection about sort of their current state. They listened to their employees and their experiences in working in this industry, and I think they were surprised and shocked in many ways as many organizations went through that journey. And one of the things that they realized a number of things. One is that, they had, a split sort of workforce. One was a corporate salaried workforce that was predominantly white, and at the leadership level, almost exclusively white. And then they had an hourly staff population that worked in our venues, our restaurants, that was marginalized. And so they really saw glaringly sort of the different treatment that was afforded to those different workforce segments. Secondly, they listened to their employees in the venues that were dealing with our fans and our patrons and the way that they had been treated in the past. They felt that they didn't have a voice, that they couldn't come to management. Again, speaking to the individual with the research, they might have come forward, but their managers were not equipped to actually take action or deal with it effectively. And so this has transpired over years, and that hurt and pain had a profound impact on the organization. So they, collectively throughout MLSE's portfolio, came to the realization that they needed help. And so they actually started the journey with a role that was at a director level. And when they posed that to the employees as an action that the organization was taking, there was a lot of feedback that was insufficient action. And this is not just our employees, that work with our professional sports teams. This is across, our entire portfolio, which includes live music, it includes live entertainment, food and beverage, restaurants, and our foundation, including, teams, front offices. Everyone was involved in this, and they said, no, it has to be a very senior role, a role reporting to the CEO. And that's what sparked my interest in leaving, my time at RBC, was that it signaled to me that the organization was treating this importantly. So I started in October of 2020. There was nothing in place. Yes, there were efforts underway from an HR perspective, but nothing formalized. And post the incident of 2020, there were many actions, disparate actions across the organization to drive awareness and to take a stand. And as many of you may have seen, our Toronto Raptors, they were in Tampa, as many of our teams were during the pandemic, wrapped their buses in Black Lives Matter, and that was to send a signal not only in Tampa, but to their fans and community here in the GTA and in Toronto. And, our other teams also took action, but felt less comfortable and equipped to respond similarly. So my mandate and role from both the board and the CEO is to come in and take this momentum, this energy, this commitment, and harmonize it in a way that we could drive the most impact. One thing I didn't fully appreciate when I joined MLSE is just how visible this private company is. It is not a public company, but obviously very public facing. And I really underappreciated that until I had to do my first media interview, and I asked why. Like, why do I have to do this? And so we take that platform very seriously and use it to advance some key objectives. And so our journey probably is very similar to many organizations. We laid the groundwork and foundation for our employees to be engaged. We created employee inclusion groups so that employees had a safe space where they could network with people like themselves and their allies. We did not exclude anyone. So, we launched 4 employee inclusion groups, one for our LGBTQ+, one for Black employees, one for our Asian employees, and one for our women. And we also collectively work on our Indigenous community as well. And we published an open letter to the public as an organization, and we said, look, this sports and entertainment industry is what we love. It brings people together, and we want to play a role in that journey. And so with that, we also published an anti-racism statement. And all that we're doing now is just trying to fulfill those commitment statements. We're actually holding ourselves accountable, and the community, our fans, our partners, they hold us accountable too. And lastly, what I'll say about the journey that we're on, because we also have a leadership council that meets quarterly to talk about our progress, we created various other committees, but one of the things that's very important to us is to bring others along the journey. And so our partnerships with, if you watch a game, you'll see all of our partners sort of, posted throughout our arenas, but we work with our partners to advance equity, diversity, and inclusion efforts. And so, that is a wonderful, it's just a wonderful journey to share with others who are also interested in doing the same thing, and that's where we're at today.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing. Building off of some of what you were saying, I have a question for Alex and Chris. You were mentioning about the momentum, and I think we can all agree that there is a particular momentum about advancing some of these initiatives and moving it forward and continuing to shift the needle. So I'd love to get your experience or your thoughts on how we can collectively keep this momentum going. And we heard earlier about a lot of the work being done across the OUA, people like Tejan. I've had the honor of working with people like Marissa, student athletes with the Black Student Athlete Council. How do we keep the momentum going, and how do we bring other people along, as you were mentioning as well? Any thoughts? How do we keep the momentum going and bring other people along? I think something that I've seen a bit of and that I think should absolutely continue to be pushed forwards is calling upon coaches, minority coaches, grants for female coaches or racialized coaches to help encourage that representation to step forward and be in the leadership side of sport. I think that also that's something we want to see more of in the administrative side of sport. So I think, part of the momentum is making sure that we are encouraging everybody to go out for positions so that they can be a part of this next generation.
I would say is just to listen to your athletes and ask your athletes. That's the biggest part that I didn't know during the course of the pandemic was just to listen to my Black athletes and tell me some of your experiences. Tell me how I can help. Tell us as a program what we can help. And what is it that you want to do, and how can I assist you? That's the thing. How can I help you? Because if I come up with things that my ideas, it's not necessarily what you need. So what is it that you need, and how can I assist you? And that's been the biggest part. And I think from there, it really grew my connection and my relationship with my student athletes. Because it wasn't, and I'm not the type of person to only talk about basketball with them, but it really grew outside of the lines. And that, it was something that we had a safe space. And now my athletes feel more empowered that they could do more and use the platform of our program to share and to acknowledge and to teach others. And that was so important. And I think for me, in my position as being an Asian coach, there's not a lot of people that look like me around the league. There aren't. And there weren't a lot growing up of coaches that look like me, that were coaching at this level, or even at the high school level, and just creating a platform for these coaches to have an opportunity, to coach, even at the national team level, even at the provincial team level. Give them some opportunity. I'm going to share a quick story here, if I may, that Canada basketball has been unbelievable for me in my growth and my development. Unbelievable for me. I'm assisting PT this summer, leaving for Slovenia this Saturday to go to the World Championships in Spain. And this is going to be my 18th year with the national team. And now, I went there to volunteer and kind of went along the way. And last month for Asian Heritage Month, Canada Basketball did an article on me. I'm not sure if anyone read it about my journey with Canada Basketball. And I said to my wife, goes, "Oh, that's phenomenal." She goes, "That's amazing." But let's be honest here, Chris. How many people did they got to choose from? This is my wife when we read down to it's like, how many people did they get to really choose from? I said, wait a second. I said, hey, no, there's the therapist, and then there's the team doctor. She goes, yeah, they want to hear their story. And I said, she goes, great for you, but she goes, there's got to be more. There's got to be more. And she goes, what you're doing is great, but there's got to be more. And she goes, you got to think about that and how you could do more. And this is after the dishes and I'm putting the kids to bed. But it got me thinking that we definitely got to do more and just give it more opportunity.
I have a question to follow up on that.
You mentioned that at the start of your time with the national team, you were volunteering and going along with them. At what point did that transition into something that was financed for you? Because I feel like that's part of it. If we want more people of color in coaching positions or administrative positions, we want to make sure that there's funds available for them, and it's not just a volunteer position, right? And if we're trying to encourage that, we want to put our money where our mouth is. So I'm curious if you don't mind sharing.
I guess before I became a full-time head coach, it was all volunteer. Provincial team, Sky, hi Sky. Sky and I did that together. And I don't think I've lost money. I've lost a lot of money coaching. And there's more so just supporting the athletes that didn't have the funds so they can continue to play, but also to give myself an opportunity to continue coaching. And I know that talking to other coaches who don't have the financial resources, they just stop coaching, and they're really good coaches. They're really good coaches, but there's no financial needs for that. And I've been very fortunate along the way to meet great people, and some of the people are in this building, so thank you, to help me along the way. But I had great support from my parents, and if I didn't have the financial means to do it, for sure, I wouldn't be where I am today. For sure, 100%.
And I think hearing that part is just as important as acknowledging the fact that he's here with his girl today. We have a question.
Yeah, it's actually for Chris to follow up to his previous answer. So as you know, basketball is big in a lot of Asian communities, especially the Filipino community. But yeah, we just saw in the previous speaker's presentation, that's not reflected in our OUA numbers at all in the sport of basketball. So where's the disconnect? Is it with the institutions and the coaches not being able to reach those communities? Or is it something in those communities that's not bringing those basketball hotbeds to the university level?
I think it's both. I think being Filipino, I don't know how many people actually take us seriously in basketball, to be honest. I remember in 2010, I got announced as the provincial head coach for U17. And I remember the backlash that I received because of it. I didn't have a playing career. I played at high school, and that was it. And I was fortunate where I went to Humber College. I'm Waneek. to give me an opportunity. And when I was prepared head coach, and I tried to recruit players for Team Ontario, coaches would say, well, why would he play for you? What have you done? You're Asian. You're 5'5", 5'5" on a good day. That, what do you know? Why would I send someone there to play for you when you haven't played? You don't know basketball. And I got that, and I still get that as a university coach, where coaches don't send their players to me because they say, well, what have you done? And even though I've done pretty well for myself, I think, they still see me as, well, you're Asian, you don't take it seriously. And I think our height has something to do with that, but we're good. There's good basketball players, and I think it's just the fact that when they're now playing at the highest level, it's a little bit of, well, we're not taking it seriously. And that's honest truth. That's the way I can answer questions, that we're just not taking it seriously.
Since we're talking about anti-racism here in a different lens, the license that's extended to European race is not often extended to racialized people. There are famous hockey coaches who couldn't skate. They would never come across the rules to do that. Their credentials were never questioned because they didn't play at the highest level. Whereas yours or someone who's racialized was one thing. And I thought when you're talking about the compensation is really important, because I think when an institution decides they're going to actively look to diversify their programs and put their money where their mouth is, that sends a message to the athletes that they're important, whether it's women, whether it's a racialized coach, or so forth. The athletes are saying, hey, my school is behind this. They're paying something. It looks like me to keep me in the game. I think that's what I just thought about your coaches. Just my voice is like this.
Thank you for that.
Just to add, so I think to keep the momentum going in this effort, you have to address the systemic barriers, and that's why I love the question that you asked about what's getting in the way. Like if more organizations or individuals really thought about what's getting in the way of people having access to opportunities in our organization, and digging a bit deeper than the surface, you really will come up against hundreds and thousands of micro barriers that cumulatively get in the way. And it could be not taking Asian basketball players seriously. It could be access to venues where people in a community can practice, play together, learn skills. It could be a whole host of things. And until you really start to think about what's getting in the way, the systemic barriers will continue, regardless of whether you address the representation, which I also think is extraordinarily important. People need to see that they can be something. They need to see someone that looks like them, is from the same background as them, can relate to them, and that they can aspire to that type of role. It is hugely important, but without having an inclusive environment, without having a welcoming environment where you've dealt with some of those systemic barriers, you will lose them. You won't be able to retain diverse talent. And that goes across the board. And I think, it's also education. And creating a safe space like this, I love this forum. I love the fact that you're having this discussion, that you can ask questions and learn from one another. That is the most important aspect of growth for any organization. And I saw that occur in my early days at MLSE. One of the things that I was asked by the board about when I first joined there was, what are you hearing, what are you feeling coming into this environment? And I said, first of all, this organization is sad, right? It's a really sad place because this wasn't long after the 2019 championship, and so they literally sort of went from a very, very high to really like the lowest of lows, where we were putting a quarter of our workforce on inactive status. They had never ever faced anything like that before. And in comes a new role, in comes Teri, that's me, and a new focus in an area that they were truly committed to. And it filled that void. And I had this sort of rare opportunity with the general managers of all of our teams to meet with them on a weekly basis to talk about this important topic, and where they had a safe space to share with each other, from the Leafs to the Raptors and in between. And that was something that I had never done before. So just like you are all sharing with each other, imagine, I'm just giving you an example of what it's like in my organization with professional sports teams and the general managers talking about, their challenges in finding coaches, in finding front office staff, and dealing with their day-to-day and sharing with each other and learning from each other. And from that came tremendous opportunity and space to keep the dialogue going. So I think everything that you're doing here that I'm experiencing, it sends a signal to me that you're taking this very seriously and that you're on a very good path.
Thanks. Ooh, okay. Sorry, another question for you here. You said that you came from RBC and you spent a very good chunk of your career there. Was that also focused on EDI, or were you coming into this role with like a newfound passion for your?
Yeah, that's a great question because I had never held, a leadership role in equity, diversity, and inclusion. But I had, it's interesting. I came in, and 4 months later, the head of HR left. So I didn't come in to take on both portfolios. And so talk about being in the right place at the right time. Now I have both mandates, which is a huge job. But I had done a variety of jobs in human resources at RBC's corporate office in Toronto. And so I had enterprise accountability for talent management and understanding how we find potential, where we find potential, and who that turns out to be, as well as identifying succession for all of our executive roles and seeing who it is that we are selecting for those roles and who is in succession to move up in the organization. And I had, also, had a role leading HR for a business and understanding, who were we hiring in that organization, what mechanisms did we have in recruitment, in talent management, performance management. So I had accountability for a number of key disciplines in HR and understanding the impact of bias in those areas and in those spaces. And lastly, I stood up an employee inclusion group for the function of HR, marketing, brand, and communications at RBC globally. So I knew what it was like as an employee to also create a space for belonging and networking. So it's interesting, the CEO at the time at MLSE asked me about my background. First of all, I wasn't looking, so it was one of those opportunities that I felt was once in a career, but I wasn't ready for, and so my resume wasn't updated. And I actually, just on the sort of insistence of a former colleague, just sent it in, not thinking anything of it. And so by the time I met with the CEO, he actually called out, like, you don't even have the word diversity on your CV. But it's clear that you've done it in a variety of jobs. So anyone that's a hiring manager, keep that in mind. You need to sometimes expand the narrow view that we often have when we're sourcing talent and look at holistically someone's experience. And somehow, whoever it was that saw my resume did that, and I was quite fortunate, because otherwise I wouldn't be here. So, thank you for the question.
Thanks.
The systemic barriers is obviously brought up a lot, and some of them are ones like you talked about, being taken seriously, cultural background. One of the ones we experience in the academia world a lot is obviously financial barriers. And so just interested in maybe your guys' opinions on underprivileged communities and lack of access. One of the challenges we face is there's a lot of student athletes that want to give it up or get down into sport and they're talented, but financially don't necessarily have the means or the capability to stretch themselves to 10 years free. So just kind of looking at OUA and how we need to make change, just kind of some of your opinions and thoughts on some of that change that we could maybe move forward to use more, to OUA, to actively help make education, and therefore varsity sport more accessible for more people.
Yeah, so, there's no sort of magic bullet for removing systemic barriers. It literally is every moment you think about, what could be getting in the way, whether it's accessibility or a practice that's so much a part of what we do day in and day out that we don't realize is excluding another community. We face the same thing. We think about access to our venues, access to a Leafs game is not financially easy for many, right? And how do we, if we want to broaden the access and the experience and make it more inclusive, how do we do it at a ticket level, right? And now we work in conjunction with, we have a joint venture with Ticketmaster, and so, we talk about this and we think about those kinds of barriers. That is a barrier. We're not a not-for-profit, so it has to make financial sense, but we've also committed publicly and internally, and it's important to us that we broaden access. So how do we do it? We do it in a variety of ways, and often in targeted communities. So, for us, we may have a heritage night or a heritage month, and we're able to go into local schools and invite. We do tend to focus on youth. Our foundation focuses on access to sport in youth, and so as an organization, that's where our heart is. And so we work with a lot of local schools, and we just try to take it one school at a time. It can be overwhelming, but anyway, I'll stop there and pass it on.
To your question, things that come to mind is access of your facilities, I think, and reduce, or either free or reduce costs, and I'll explain a little bit more into that. It's like welcoming these programs and these community groups, especially the ones that are making great change and are going to these low-income communities and giving them programming. And I know they always want to run events and they want to run tournaments, and it's great that they go to a community center or a high school, but what about welcoming them to your campus and having your recruitment team there, and then having your academic team there, and just getting into that space. And I remember when I was 13, I was 13 playing a high school, club tournament at York University, and it was the first time I've ever been to a campus. You want to figure where I ended up getting my degree? At York University, right? I can. Right. So just having access to the facilities and being there, it gives them inspiration. Someone talking about academics and having tours and to come see our campus and having that a part of your athletics department, I think it's an inspiration, and it opens up eyes. And from now, they go back to their school and say, like, I went to Laurier. This is what I saw, and they have this program, and it gives them food for thought.
I can speak from my experience with wrestling. I didn't start wrestling until I was in high school, and I wasn't enrolled in any high school or in any wrestling club from a young age. I didn't have any type of training that I was paying fees for. So I just joined wrestling through my high school that had a team, and I didn't have to pay any fees for that at all. It's fantastic. I didn't have to ask my parents for money. So having that accessibility was perfect for me. If I didn't have access to sport in that way, I definitely wouldn't have been wrestling at the university level. Even at university, I wasn't there on an athletic scholarship. I was paying my own way through scholarships and bursaries. So absolutely, I think those are essential to help increase accessibility of higher education. Yeah, definitely I think that programs that allow youth to participate in recreation, for low cost or no cost at all, or programs that are willing to help cover the costs for them to participate in something that they wouldn't be able to otherwise. And I do think that getting involved in sport can help young athletes realize, oh, I can continue this sport at a higher level in college or university, right? Maybe that's not something that they thought of otherwise. So getting them into sport, allowing them to access it, low cost or minimal cost, and then scholarships and bursaries and grants that will help fund their education if they want to potentially continue engaging in sport.
Me?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay, so I'm sitting here with my colleagues. One of the things that we've noticed is that we often use the language athletes as opposed to student athletes. And one thing that I've learned today, really over the past 48 hours, need to center the student experience. So I would love to hear from you panelists, or even from my dear colleagues from other universities and colleagues, what are some best practices and some ways to amplify kind of the student voice and get some student engagement? And I want to differentiate that from responsibility, because I don't want to infer that we're placing this responsibility, this work, on the most vulnerable parties, because I think we all have our own responsibility depending on our spheres of influence and our dynamics, our power dynamics. But how would I best get that student involvement and engagement in this ad-series work?
So I have some thoughts about how I would typically seek input from employees to understand what their experience is. I mean, we spend a lot of our time thinking about the employee experience and our fan experience. And there are many similarities there. And we get input from both segments in a variety of ways. And one is about understanding how they see their experience. Is it actually a good experience, somewhat good or negative? And what are some of the areas that they see are causing the most pain? And then having a dialogue about it. And so I don't know what the sources of soliciting input from student athletes is. Sometimes it is just a huddle and bringing up one topic and understanding what that topic, how that topic is impacting their experience on that day. And I think that's what many organizations faced in the summer of 2020, right? They had all of these listening sessions and opened up the floor to employees to talk about what had happened to George Floyd. And many organizations had never done anything like that before. And yes, it was an extraordinary tragedy, but it did create the space for helping organizations, leaders understand what that meant to not only their entire workforce, but how it impacted Black employees on that day or after. And those experiences were different. And so I think for student athletes, it would be something similar. Creating the space sometimes to introduce a topic that they're talking about on social or with each other, but creating the space for them to share what that means to them on that day might create the opportunity for dialogue, to deal with some of the difficult social challenges or barriers that they see facing them.
So I know I'm not the talent here, but if I could also just follow up on that. I've had such an immense privilege of working with some of the students in my role over the past year, and similar to what Chris was saying very early on, we have to listen to them. I think our student athletes are incredibly brilliant and talented and passionate and driven, and we need to find more unique and creative ways to allow them to use their voices for good, because they have the answers that we can't even see a lot of the times. And in the work that I've done, there are budgets and fiscal years and rules and regulations and all of these kind of things, and that's kind of our job to work around those things to see the vision through what the students want and what they need. Because if they're asking for help, or they're asking for resources, or they're asking for support, how do we work with them to see or to actualize their vision? But starting off listening, or even with the alliance that we were hearing about earlier, providing them the space to interact with people of all levels of administration and coaches, and start having these conversations, listening to them, and then working with them, I think is a great place to start. But I'm not the talent. I have blue shirt and then blue shirt behind you. Yes. Yep, you. Blue shirt color.
Thanks. I've had a thought that I've been sitting on for a little bit. From the last presentation, this presentation, even going back a few weeks, which I guess I'll start with. We've spent a lot of time today talking about student athletes and the kind of athletic side of the house. For myself, I work on the campus rec side of the house. I've worked in campus rec for 7 years, and as far as I can remember, and I'll hopefully piece this together well, but as far as I can remember, the way I came up through campus rec, it was, here's a whistle, you go ref, and zero training attached to it or anything like that. And in 2019, 2020, as a student supervisor, I had to interject with, I think, 4 issues related to EDI through the course of that year, which was extremely unfortunate, but there wasn't really a lot of guidance provided to us as student staff with how to navigate that, and I was the staff at the top of the totem pole, not the staff who was down on the court at the field of play when the incident was happening. And so for me, I'm trying to wrap my head around, is it reasonable to expect us to address anti-racism in recreation by still just putting a whistle in someone's mouth and saying, "Look,
I love that question. I don't know if I can assess reasonableness in or not, but I do think that you have to provide education and awareness to equip people to respond appropriately and helpfully, and give them the tools to do so. I choose to believe, I'm an optimist, that people want to do the right thing and are either afraid or feel ill-equipped to take the action that they think might be appropriate, and so don't do anything. And so often are bystanders. And so I think that education and awareness has to be a big part of it, because it's more than likely that those that are on the court dealing with complaints as they arise, in that moment, if you don't respond appropriately, it can have a cascading effect for that individual, for the program, for the university. And ignoring an issue, as we've seen in some of the more public cases that have come forward out of sports organizations where complaints were not taken seriously, is just a recipe for disaster and really a lot of unnecessary pain. And so I agree with you. It may not be reasonable. I still think there's some responsibility as a human being to act with empathy and care. But the more you're able to respond effectively, it just makes all the difference.
I definitely think the solution should be proactive, right? Like definitely people in higher levels of management should have education and training and awareness. But also if anybody ever is at a point where they realize, oh, maybe I'm not properly equipped to handle this, then it's important at that point to acknowledge that there may be something that you are not doing well, that you're not supporting well enough, And sometimes you have to take the onus on yourself to recognize that and say, okay, I need to do something about this so that I can better handle situations in the future. So sometimes you'll find yourself in a situation where you maybe don't know how to handle it properly. You're allowed to acknowledge that and say it out loud and address it. And don't just pretend like you're doing the right thing, right? Sometimes it's better to accept, like, maybe I'm not properly trained for this, and I apologize, but I'm going to try and get educated so that I can better deal with this in the future.
I just think that if Kevin, for your question, that if that's not addressed, we don't want to put them in that situation, but it's hard to build any sense of community at that point. And we want to build a sense of community. And if the people that are helping us build that community, if they're not educated, then how can we expect them to share that sense of community with the community? If that makes sense.
And maybe just to say, adding on to, raising your hand and acknowledging when you don't have all the answers is also, showing some vulnerability to your players and saying, look, if I don't get it right on a day, let me know. And because I'm human too, and I'm here to support you, but there's likely to be a day where I'm off, or however, whatever language you want to use. That often opens the door as well, because we all make mistakes. When I started at MLSE, there was a significant amount of anticipation that I was going to save everyone with regards to equity, diversity, and inclusion, and I had to really manage expectations in the early days to say, look, I'm an expert at my own personal experience and how I can use that to advance the work here in this organization, but I'm going to be learning from you, and we're going to be learning from each other, and I will be working to do research and talk to external colleagues, but this is about the human experience, and there is no perfect answer to that, so it's a journey.
Also, really quickly, specific to the rec side, I think sometimes it's challenging because you cycle through so many different users or stakeholders, and it's not like a team setting where you have a meeting or a locker room. Two things I would recommend: accountability measures and also follow-up. So, as you were saying, if you have the highest student staff, what are they told, or how are they instructed to then proceed when something like this happens? Is there a mechanism of telling the director or contacting someone, like what is that? So maybe thinking through some of those things, and then also following up with the person, because usually when people come to you with EDI-related issues, it's hard to even get to that point. So making sure they're okay, providing them with whatever resources are available at your institution, and checking in with them and saying, thank you for sharing this, I'm sorry this happened, and this is what became of this. This is how we're going to prevent it. This is how it's never going to happen again. And a lot of the times it might not be as clean, but if you're working towards those two things, it makes sure it ensures that things aren't swept under the rug and it doesn't go anywhere. And I think that's a lot of the time what we want to work to prevent as well. And I'm mindful of time, but we do have one question. Okay, I'm getting the one. Do you still have the question in the blue?
No, I think everyone else commented on it. No worries.
Oh, but we do have our last question. Yes, wait, sure.
So it's more of just out of curiosity for yourself or at MLSE. We've heard a lot of great speakers about MLSE, but as you're going through your search now for a new CEO, Freesdale stepping down, how much is it a priority for MLSE want to be at the forefront as a leader in terms of having to Black and racialized community, and having that a focus as you're going through the hiring process?
Yeah, so first I'll disclose I'm not involved in the CEO search. The board is managing that for MLSE. But here's how I respond to everyone who comes to me and thinks that I am involved. So, I tell them that, look, I believe that there are indicators that the board would be searching for someone who's going to come in and take the momentum and the energy of the organization as we are today and shape it for the future. And what are those indicators? One is they made an investment in equity, diversity, and inclusion, in hiring and standing up a practice in the middle of a pandemic, and when we were actually putting on a quarter of our workforce on inactive status. It was tremendously important. Two, it is a focus across the entire portfolio. It is a portion of every agenda item for the business updates to our board of directors. It is expected that you will speak in terms of how is the EDI space shaping your strategy. And third, it is what our fans and community expect of our organization, and we have spent a lot of effort and resources in embedding it into micro experiences so that some of them you don't even fully appreciate are happening, others are more visible. So my hope is that that's what we will see in our next CEO. We have publicly said we're focused on advancing diversity with a focus on the Black and Indigenous community.
Awesome. Thank you all for your questions. Thank you all for your engagement. I'm a part of the wrestling team, and on behalf of the planning committee, we'd like to thank everyone for your participation in contributing to a very meaningful experience.
Thanks, Lagaya. And thanks to all of our presenters today. We know how busy everyone is and appreciate that you all took some time out of your busy schedules to come and engage in this important conversation. This is just the beginning, as a few of our presenters had said, and we were thrilled to be able to host you here at McMaster on a very hot June afternoon or June day. So again, thanks for fitting this into your schedule. These are important conversations. Just a couple of housekeeping things. We do have a survey that we're going to send out with the email link to the resources. A few of our volunteers will be at the back doors by the registration table with a QR code on their phone. If you want to scan that QR code quickly, it will take you right to the survey as well. You can fill it out later, but we really appreciate your feedback because this is not meant to be a one and done. This is the first, what we hope are ongoing gatherings of this type. And I just want to thank everybody here today. I'm going to close it off with my colleague Keenan.
Yeah, thank you. Just reiterating Trish's points, thank you for taking the time. I know, for a lot of us in this work, this is our downtime. There's not really any downtime in the world of sport, but many of you are taking time away with your families, which is so important. We appreciate you, showing your commitment and making time to be with us here today. As Trish said, we really want your feedback. We want to continue to grow this. And again, the intent next year is we'll be having conversations. We hope you learned something today. You were inspired. You had at least one meaningful conversation to make back to your institution, so that when we're back here next year, we're all sharing the great work and the great perspectives and things that we're doing at our individual institutions. So again, thank you everyone, and don't take it.